Sure thing. I am Ian F. Pronouns he, him. I am a music education major, and I love horror RPGs.
Hi, I'm Jordan, aka the Lady Dame or Lady Dame. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a theater technician in the real world when I'm not playing TTRPGs on various and sundry streams across, Twitch and such. We can hear you, but
Yes.
apparently not. Oh no.
Gosh, did you forget to turn the sound on?
How about now? He's silent. Am I silent now? I told you I'm not a professional. Well, you guys didn't hear that, obviously, but...
Muted to stream, but not.
Dice roll, Mama says yay.
Yay! We got a yay.
Awesome. I knew how to fix things. Sorry, I interrupted. Who's next to your... Hannah, go ahead.
Were you done? Or,
Yes, I'm good. That was it.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure. I'm Hannah. You can find me in Maine in a medical clinic during the week, but otherwise I spend a lot of time writing stuff, and I like to play games with Saevrick, so that's why I'm here.
This was your idea.
I know.
And certainly not last, or I guess you are last, but you're not least, Luciella.
It's all right, I can be least. I'm Luciella Scarlett, pronouns she, her, and they, them. I have a part-time office job, which is currently from home, and I spend the rest of the week writing games, and I am looking forward to some suffering.
Aren't we all? So, we're just going to jump right into character creation. Are you guys ready for this?
Yeah.
Sure.
If you're not, too bad, because we're going to into it anyway. First, I think I asked if you guys wanted to have note cards or something to write with. So you guys have something to definitely write with? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, first we're going to define our character's traits. And on our overlay right now, the person to your right is going to be defining a virtue for you, which is going to be something that you would want to aspire to, or something that you look up to in someone. In this case, Lady Dame, you're going to define Ian's. Hannah, you're going to define Lady Dame's. I'm going to keep saying your name wrong because now it's ingrained in my head that I'm going to say it wrong. Luciella, you're going to be defining Hannah's, and Ian, you're going to be defining Luciella's.
Sounds good.
And this is not private, so if you want to drop it in the Zoom chat or just blurt it out into the ether, whatever you'd like to do.
Nice. And is this the vice or the virtue?
This is the virtue.
Virtue.
So this is where you're going to be nice to the other player.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Ooh, this is so much pressure already.
So much pressure. Jordan, I sent yours via the Zoom
yes,
chat.
I saw
Okay,
that.
cool.
Thank you.
Awesome,
Still
awesome.
thinking.
Yeah. Luciella, I just dropped yours into the private chat as well.
Okay, I will do the same.
Just let me know when you've done that, and we'll move on to the next step.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Everybody have their virtue?
Yeah.
Si, senor.
Okay. So now we're going to go the opposite direction. We're going to define the person to our left is going to define our vice. Something that we would never wish upon, even our worst enemy. Something that makes more problems than it solves. And in this case, Ian, you're going to be defining Luciella's. Luciella, you'll be defining Hannah's. Hannah, you're going to be defining Lady Dame's. And Lady Dame, you're going to be defining Ian's.
Wait. I just did Lady Dame
last time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other way.
Other way, yeah.
Yeah. So Ian will define me. I'll define Hannah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
Who do I define? Just a quick question.
Luciella.
Yes, sorry, can you go through again?
I got
Gotcha,
Luciella. Okay.
Who do I have? Sorry. Oh, Ian. Yeah.
Ian.
Okay.
Okay, Vice.
Sorry.
Ooh.
And you all just let me know when you've done that. And while you're doing that, I'm going to start lighting some candles.
I hope I spelled this right.
And if you need any assistance, by all means, just blurt it out there.
All right.
because
Okay.
These aren't secrets by any means.
No.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, we're all going to get to know each other this way.
Yeah.
Thank you, Luciella.
Have fun with that.
You know, it's a dastardly combination, but I'm excited to see what happens.
Does everybody have their vices?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Nope.
Just working on it. Oh, God.
Oh, that's a fun one.
I'm glad you feel that way. Nice. Sweet.
Cool.
Okay.
I think that's it then.
That's everybody?
I think we're good.
Okay. Ian, what vice and virtue did you get?
Let's see. For virtue, I will do anything to make others smile.
Oh.
Then my vice is that I'm impulsive.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good combination. Very good combination.
Very fun.
It's not necessarily a good thing to make people smile in impulsive ways, but we'll move with it. Lady Dame, what do you have?
No matter good. So for my virtue, I have you believe in forgiveness and mercy above all else.
Wow.
And my vice is cowardice.
Oh, okay. Good thing to have in any game where you're going to perish, definitely. Hannah, what'd you get?
My virtue is a value of perception and awareness. And my vice is greed.
Oh, that's going to be.
Can you believe that? Greed? I love it.
Yeah, it's a
So
stretch.
excited.
Such a stretch, I know, but I'm sure you can encapsulate it in
back
some
off.
way.
Wow.
We're like a brother and sister. Luciella.
Yeah.
I have an interesting combination. I am both very resourceful and very paranoid.
Oh,
It's
I like that.
like a
If
Kardashian.
the game doesn't kill us, we'll kill each other.
Right.
Yeah, I'm definitely the villain in this.
That is amazing. Amazing. I don't know who's watched the previous episodes or who knows much about 10 Candles, but we're just going to jump into our module now. And I'm just going to explain a little bit what's happening in the world around us. Normally I would say 10 days ago, the world went dark. But it's been a little bit longer than that. It's been about 2 weeks since the world went dark. We know that all the satellites around the Earth had fallen from the sky, the electrical grids overworked, overtaxed, and eventually under-personneled, stopped producing electricity. Darkness completely encompassed the lands, and chaos ensued from the aftermath. 5 days after that, they came. You're not sure who they are, or what they encompass, or what they want, but you know that your friends, family, co-workers all began to disappear one by one. And here, we're going to switch it up and head over to the continent of Europe. Just outside the city of Oslo. A few days ago, there was a massive earthquake, and you all began to see the seas begin to recede deep, deep back. So far, all you could see was sand stretching out clear to the horizon. It's as if the very earth had swallowed the ocean up itself. Fearing the worst, as you always do in these situations, you began to collect what little supplies you could and move on. And it wasn't but a few hours later that another earthquake racked the lands, and you began to see these same seas rushing back towards the land in waves, it seems like almost a mile high. And they just began to engulf and devour the coast. But resourceful as you all were, and seeing what was going around you, you decided to move up further, up into the higher parts of the mountains. So now you have found yourself in a old wooden shack, overlooking now the recessed sea below you, seeing the last bit of it begin to trickle back out, and what little bit of supplies that you have left are dwindling quickly. Lanterns that you've been using for light are beginning to dwindle as well, ran on simple oil. And you have a radio, which sadly has no batteries in it. No way to communicate to who might be surviving currently. So, given that information, we are in Oslo, Norway, or just outside of it, in the mountains, in a small shack with limited supplies. You could go back to the town below and see if there's anything left to scavenge. Maybe there's a boat that got pulled in. You're not quite sure. But the choices from here on out are yours to make.
Just a quick question.
Absolutely.
Clarification. Are we on a fjord or are we on a lake? Because you said we could still see water from the shack. So
Yeah, the thing is that there's like an inlet in Oslo. You could the water was so high that it just engulfed everything.
okay. So this is like a new shoreline that's been created. Okay.
So it's beginning to start to pull back out to sea now. It's been a couple days. And you're just starting to see the ruin that was left behind as these waters have clawed their way back into the ocean itself. So given that information, we're now going to sit and think about who we're going to play in this situation. A name, perhaps an occupation, maybe a reason for being in this part of Europe. Yeah, maybe a quick physical description if you so choose to have it. Maybe if it's pertinent of some means. And I'm going to light a few more candles while you do that.
Hi, I'm Sadie. I'm a vet in my spare time, or, in my life. I came here on vacation before all of this happened. And frankly, I don't know how I've made it this long. I guess I've just been really lucky. But that's...
Sadie?
Sadie.
Go ahead. No,
I was going to say, she's just a little on the short side, and her clothes were once sort of like light and pastel colored and light blonde, just a sort of medium blonde hair, I guess, and sort of soft and mousy looking.
So is she like an exchange student? Is she local?
No, I was here on vacation.
Vacation.
Yeah. I just graduated from vet tech school, actually.
Ah, okay. Veterinary. Interesting. I think that opens the door back up to you, Ian, if you'd like to go ahead.
Sure. My character's name is Charlie. He is a farmer from somewhere that he doesn't really remember. Memory is fading a little bit. He's in his late 40s, early 50s, a little hard to tell. And he had moved here recently before the world went dark, trying to find any source of light that might still be in his life. About 5'8", 5'9", relatively husky person, red flannel, long brown hair that he keeps tied back. And the dirtiest combat boots you've seen in a very long time.
Wonderful. Whoever would like to go next.
I will be playing Lauren. I also came to this area for a vacation. It was a hastily planned vacation. I just got the sense that something was wrong, and I had to get away from the big cities as soon as possible. So I booked the flight, got all the way out here, and thank goodness that I did. I normally work as a programmer in my day job, and I've taken a hasty vacation from that. I am a relatively short woman with short black hair, glasses, and very sort of neat, simple clothing. I don't look particularly remarkable. I'm very easy to miss if you don't know I'm there.
God, did I know those feels. Okay, wonderful. Hannah.
My character is Linnea. She is probably mid-30s. Linnea was supposed to be married before the world went dark, but probably a month before that happened, she did not get married. And instead, she left Sweden and started backpacking through Norway, going to all of the national parks. She was on her way back, well, ish, when the world went dark, and she's been making her way slowly, trying to make her way back to Stockholm.
Wonderful. So sort of local, but not really, I guess.
Probably not.
Okay, wonderful. Now that we have our characters figured out and who we'd like to play, we are going to take a moment here and discuss our moments. Moments are things that you wish to accomplish or create in the story as the narrative flows. And it should be something that's achievable, but also something that has the potential to fail. We define these for ourselves, so no worries about wondering what terrible thing some other person might bestow upon you in this case. These are going to be for you to decide for your own characters. For an example, you might say, I will find hope when, and it might be a moment of quiet prayer at a local church, or when I find out whether a sibling or a family member has lived or passed away. Or it might be something so chaotic as I will find hope when I find one of them lying dead before me. And as you establish those and are comfortable with those, you go ahead and let everybody know what your moment's going to be for this story. So that way we can all work to get the narrative in that direction should the time come. Because we want you to live out your moments.
All right, for Linnea, I'll just bite the bullet on this one. Her moment is, I will forgive when I develop empathy for a stranger.
Empathy for a stranger. Wonderful.
For Lauren, I will find peace when I convince another person that the world is dangerous.
That should be pretty attainable.
I feel like paranoia is just going to be the best vice in the whole world for this game.
It's going to be fun.
I know, I love it.
All right. Who's next? Ian or Lady Dame? Either one of you want to go?
Need another second.
Sure.
I will.
Go ahead.
Sure. I will find strength when I see a four-legged furry animal walking around.
Wonderful.
Oh boy. I will find hope when I think all hope is lost.
Okay. Wonderful, wonderful. I have those moments down. And you all are aware of each other's now, so if there's a point in the narrative you think we can steer the story to help one another reach those moments, then we know what they are, right? Okay, so we're going to do a quick rules intro. I assume everybody probably read what I sent, but in case you didn't, or in case you'd like a refresh, we know this is a game about storytelling. I, as your game master tonight, will help set the stage. But ultimately, you all are as responsible as I am for the flow of the narrative and what's going to be happening this evening. Anytime that there is a potential for failure or a potential to further the story along, you might be asked to make a roll to resolve a conflict. The number of dice that are rolled is going to be equal to the number of candles lit. So at the beginning of the game, we will have a pool of 10d6 that you all share amongst you. Pretty simple, right? Whenever you make a roll, a result of 6 will mean that that conflict has been resolved. Doesn't matter if you roll 1 6 or all 6s, that conflict will be successful. However, and I should also add that if you do roll your 6, you get to narrate the outcome of that event. So that's going to be fun. Now, anytime that a 1 is rolled, that roll will be set aside. All the ones that are rolled will be set aside and be diminished from the pool of dice you get to use for that scene. For example, if you make a roll of 10d6, you get 2 6s and 3 1s. Well, your dice pool is now down to 7. Pretty simple, right? Wonderful. Let's see here. I'm looking through my notes here, make sure I don't miss something. Okay, so if by any chance you make a roll and there are no 6s that are rolled, we're going to extinguish a candle. And that will mark the end of a scene in the game. And at that point, we'll begin to establish truths about the story so far. But we can cover that when we extinguish our first candle this evening. Candles can also be extinguished just by dying on their own. So we have to keep that in mind. There is always going to be a time limit. They might go out in a couple hours. They might go out in 4 hours. I was kind enough to buy the 4-hour candles, so hopefully they'll last the rest of the night. Now, we're going to do something, and we're going to be arranging the snacks that are before us, right? But first, before we do that, I should almost forgot to do the funnest part of this entire game, and that is going to be our brinks. So, our brinks are moments that we have seen in another character. These are the moments that we've seen them at their lowest, their most desperate. When all hope has been stripped from them and they're reduced to their base, most carnal levels of existence. And what's fun about this as well is you all get to participate once again with each other and define a brink for someone else. And doubly fun is I also get to participate in this process. So, I know, it's going to be wonderful. Just remember that these are going to also be secrets, so it's important that you privately message this to this person, and only 2 people are going to know it. Okay? So, the character that's seen this brink in you, and yourself. Okay, so in this case, Ian, you will have seen Lady Dame's character at her worst. You've seen her do something so deplorable. And Lady Dame, you're going to have a fun part in this because you are to my left. And in that case, you have to define a brink for me. And this brink is going to be something about them. You're going to know an aspect about them. It can be something physical, that they fly, or they have a certain smell, or a way that they act, a situational thing. You could flat out say what they are. But the only thing that you can't do is give them any sort of weakness, because they fear one thing, and that is the light. Hannah, I get to give you a brink. It's going to come from them. So they have seen you do something, and they're most likely going to try to lure you back to that moment. Hannah, you get to defy one for Luciella. I want to keep saying your name, Luciella. And Luciella, you've seen Ian's character at his worst. So go ahead and privately message those to this person and just let me know. But we're not going to share these. These are going to be just for us. If you need any assistance, by all means, feel free to reach out and private message me, and we can talk about it as well. Easiest way to do it is, I have seen blank. I have seen you drop down and worship at their feet, or I have seen you go to trial, and I know that you've murdered 3 people and got away with it, and you're disgusting. Just something horrible, terrible. And I'm going to give Hannah something wonderful, I think.
What was that?
I'm going to give you something wonderful, I think. Mm-hmm. Ooh, Lady Dame. Interesting. Thank you.
Ooh.
There's yours, Hannah.
Josh.
I hope we get the cake to your brain this evening.
Ooh.
So spoofy.
Okay.
Does everybody have their
Thank you,
brinks?
Luciella. Almost.
Almost. I love all the little smiles. Just good? Everybody's good? Wonderful. And I think with that, we'll go ahead and light 3 more candles. And we'll talk about arranging stacks. So right now, you have 2 virtues, or I'm sorry, 2 traits, a virtue and a vice in front of you. You have a moment, and you have a brink. Now with these stacks, the top card on your stack is the only one that will ever be currently active, so you cannot dig through your piles, okay? First and foremost, your traits may be quote-unquote burned in a situation where you might be failing a roll. If you've made a roll and you've rolled 1s, you may burn one of your traits and use it to re-roll all the 1s on that roll that you have. Is that understood? Okay. So in this case, if you want to burn your virtue, let's say, you have to give a narrative reason for that. Roll the dice and hope that some of your 1s come up to 6s so you can pass that roll. You can do that with both your vice and your virtue. Now your moments are lived out, so these can be activated by living the moment. So this is going to be a part in the narrative. I will try to be cognizant of when your moments come up, but if I am not, please by all means say, hey, this is a good time for my moment to kick in. Okay? So with a moment, what we'll do is we'll make a conflict roll. And if you succeed, you're going to gain something called a hope die. And hope dice are special because, one, they're only for you. You're just your character. But they have the special property of being able to succeed on a 5 or a 6. So that gives you a little bit more advantage on a roll that you're going to make for the remainder of the game. And last but not least, your brinks. So once you've burned away everything good about yourself, everything terrible about yourself, and lost all hope, you may choose to activate your brink, as long as it's, of course, within the narrative of the story. And what's special about rerolling brinks is that you can actually reroll the entire roll. So which is awesome, because in this game, you want to roll 1s or 6s. That's usually what you want to have, because 6s are successes, and you have a chance to reroll 1s, usually, right? So if you roll anything between 2 and 5, and that's all you get on those dice, that's it. Scene's over. We move on. But with a brink, we get to roll the entire thing over again. And if you succeed on your brink, you actually get to keep it and use it again in the future if you'd like. Unfortunately, if you fail your brink, then you lose any hope dice that you've accrued, and we end the scene and move on. So, with these 4 cards in front of you, we're going to arrange those in an order that you desire, but your brink must always be on the bottom, and be mindful that the top card is the only one that will ever be active at any time. I don't suggest that you guys all put your moments on top, but if 1 or 2 of you want to, that's completely up to yourselves. Just make sure that you're cognizant of that, and make sure that you're going to try to take the narrative in that direction to see that moment fulfilled. And if there's any questions on how that works, by all means, just say, I don't fucking know what you're talking about, and then we'll go over it again. Good.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else I need to really go over right now for the rules. We all feel like we're pretty confident on how the game works. Okay. So the last thing we get to do before I light the final candle and we jump into this narrative, we like to go around and record the final message that your character leaves to the world. So, just before the last few hours of life that you have, just take a moment to think about what your character would say in the situation. And I don't want to call anybody out like on the spot, so if someone feels comfortable and like to go ahead and start, by all means, go ahead and jump into it.
I'm sorry. I did try. That's it.
That's it.
Linnea's last words will be, I am unafraid.
Lauren will leave a recorded message. My name is Lauren. This feels like the end of the world. If it is, this will be the last message I leave behind. But I have survived many times before, and I promise I will survive this time as well, no matter what I have to do.
Wonderful.
Charlie will leave a written message. To whoever finds this, I hope that you're having much better luck than I am. We've been stuck here for about 3 days. Rations are getting low, and to be honest, I don't know if I can go on any longer with these people. Well, if you're reading this, and I sure hope you are, that means that there is hope. And with that, I will go freely. So thank you, mysterious person.
Wonderful. And with that, I will light the final candle. And we will begin our narrative for this evening. It's February in Norway. Maybe not the best time of year for visiting, for vacationing, but definitely a very beautiful time, or at least it would have been had the world not gone dark a couple weeks ago. The old shack, we'll call it, has been your home for a couple days now. It's, for the most part, keeps most of the wind out, some of the chill of the air, a little bit of the light that you're managing to get out of these lanterns does its best to fight the night away. They've begun to flicker, choking away on the last bit of oil that remains within them. And it's eerily quiet around you, minus the slight howl of the blistering winds of snow just outside the front door. What would you all like to do from here?
What time of day is it currently? Oh, it's night.
It's always night.
Wow. I had that moment.
It's all good.
Okay.
Ignore me.
I feel like Charlie would be in the corner recounting everything before even thinking about what to do for today.
I think Lauren is taking stock, so looking around the shack and also peering outside to see if there's anything I need to worry about.
Is there anything particular you'd like to be looking for?
Things like checking how much oil, how much food, how much water we have left, and then outside just a quick check that nothing has changed.
Okay. Why don't you go and give me a conflict roll? Let's see what exactly we come up with here.
Right.
I'll jump right into this.
So that's 10 dice.
10 dice.
First roll of the evening.
That's a success. I got 1 6. I also got 1 1. So that one I think is removed. We have 9 dice now.
Correct. So, Lauren, what do you find? What are your reserves right now?
Right. So it looks like we have just enough food to last maybe another week in here. But the oil in the lanterns is starting to worry me. It looks as though either we're going to have to so we've got 2 lanterns, we might have to sort of put one of them out very soon, because I'm worried that they won't last much longer. Outside, I can't hear anything, but I can't see anything, but I can hear something that it's kind of like the howling of the wind, but I'm not sure that's what it is. It seems a little off to me somehow.
I like that. So you're sort of staring out this window into this cold, bleak scape of snow. The moon is large in the sky and does give a nice little reflection off the snow-capped mountains around you. But regardless, the trees just look like black daggers all along the horizon, all around you. Wind is eerie, uncomfortable.
I'm sitting like sort of tucked away into a corner and just watching Lauren. Like nervous. Lauren, be careful by the window. You don't know what's out there.
Well, something's out there. We know that much.
Well, yeah.
Can anyone else hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not the wind.
Mm-mm.
I mean, for our sake, I hope it is, but realistically, I don't think it is.
Can we see from the where we are located, how close are we to like the tree line? I guess, Josh.
From where you're at, it might be 10 meters or so. It's not very far.
Far enough. Okay. And it's February.
Mm-hmm.
What if it's them? What if they come through and they burst through the tree lines and come into the cabin and burst through and...
But we have the light, remember? We have 2 lanterns going now.
Right.
We should be okay.
They haven't done that yet. I think if they had wanted to do that, they would have done it already.
Mhm.
So our concern needs to be, how do we survive being here once the food runs out? We need to be preparing for that now.
Well, there's a town a little
Right.
down the road. We can go check that out.
You want to leave?
You know, not really. But
That
It-
doesn't sound very safe to me.
no, it's not. But sometimes the best decision might not always be the safest.
Do you
These
have any
lanterns won't
weapons?
last us forever.
The 2 of you that are meticulously counting everything, and
Hmm.
do we have any weapons?
I can check. Mr. DM, do we have any weapons?
Let's let the decide that. So go ahead, and we have 9d6, I believe, to see what sort of
Yep.
weapons we might come up with.
Who's rolling now? Ian? Great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sticky.
Nice. That is 3 6s and no 1s.
Wonderful.
Yeah, Ian!
Yeah.
And
Good
Lucky
job!
dice. Yes.
so, tell me, Charlie, what did our farmer friend come up with?
Looking through everything, we don't have a gun, but we do have a significant amount of knives and small little Swiss Army kits. But stowed away in the medical box with all like the bandages and the whatever's in the medical box, we have a small little scalpel.
Mhm.
So more physical and up close items rather than long ranged.
Well, if we can snatch a bunny or something, that would be fine, but I don't know how we would be able to fend off one of them if they were to attack us. We left the cabin, the shack.
Yeah.
Still, it's better than nothing.
We can't just wait here for them to come for us.
Well, we can't just wait here and run out of food either, so
Mhm.
we need to. What do you guys do? You want to split up, or do you want to go
No.
together?
Splitting up, although it might be most beneficial, I would advise against it.
Sorry,
Safety in numbers.
I agree.
Mm.
I don't think we should split up. Either we all go or we all stay.
Will I vote for go? Who's with me?
Let's go.
Okay. Have the waters gone back yet? Any further? Did you see?
I look out the window again. Or what did I see earlier, I guess?
You saw an empty yard, we'll say. You saw the tops of the mountains and tree lines. If you'd like to go a little further away, you can look over the coastline and see exactly what's going on out there.
Well, that's another reason for us to go for a walk, I suppose.
I can scout that if you want to stay here and then can come back.
I'll go with you if that's okay. Safety in numbers and what.
Okay. Can I take in? Is there anything in the shack, shovel handle or something that I could use to create a spear with one of the knives, or the Swiss Army knife, or whatever?
You have
Spoon. I don't care.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and roll the conflict roll just to see if you're able to make something that'll stand up.
Just 9, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just double checking
Okay.
because I rolled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 5s,
Okay.
2 1s, no 6s. 5 5s. What the fuck is that?
Any ones?
2 1s.
Okay.
So that just happened.
So you have the choice.
Those dice are never getting used again.
So now you have a choice. If you have.
I'm gonna burn my vice card.
Okay.
Burning it.
Okay.
My goal here was to break away from the party because I wanted to go out and search for things for myself. And if I found something worthwhile, I was going to just take it and not come back to them. So their insistence on staying together is so harsh in my mellow right now because, like, I think I could survive on my own without them.
Okay. Okay.
Right? Okay.
Go ahead and re-roll your 2 1s. And see
Not
if
you
can
personally.
No. You're good. You're good. I'm just acting. You're good.
Okay. Go and burn my card.
Go ahead and get rid of your card and
Re-roll my ones.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I got a 6. Oh, okay.
Any more ones?
No.
Okay.
6 and a 4.
So go ahead. What do you build? And how do you build it?
I build a motherfucking spear.
Okay.
I find an old broom handle and I break that shit off, and I in the broken end of the broom handle, I'm able to stick that knife in there. Find a end of a roll of duct tape that shit together. Only need it to work once. I'm good. So I've got maybe like a 4-foot long spear with a knife on the end.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Thanks, Josh.
I don't know what for, but you're welcome.
All right. You guys ready to go?
We all
I'm
going
ready.
together, or
Yeah.
you scouting? Right.
Yeah, we'll all go.
You're all going together.
Okay. I grab a knife.
I'll take the scalpel. I'm comfortable with that.
Go ahead and put any, like, what's remaining in my cargo pants pockets.
Oh yeah, for sure. Assuming that we're probably not coming back to the shack, or at least it will be unlikely. Linnea will pack a bag, her backpack back up again, and so she's got plenty of extra things, especially extra rations. There's no reason for us to leave food behind, like. So packing all of that up so that we've got that again.
Yeah.
So.
And I'll scramble to take one of the lanterns.
I will also I'll take the second lantern.
Good idea. Good idea. Okay, so
My
you
bright
all
and chipper attitude.
you all bound yourself up in some warm clothing, which I would assume you would have, being in the knowledge that you're going to be in Norway to begin with in February, and grab some of your rations together and slowly open the yawning door to the cold, blistering wind blowing in and the endless night before you. Heading to go to see what the water situation's like, is that correct?
In the town, we're gonna head in the general direction of the town, and also checking on the water situation. But
Okay.
Charlie has this knowledge of a town being nearby, so.
Okay. So you all proceed forward, your feet crunching in the crisp snows, and you begin to flank yourself on all sides by the tree lines as you press yourself through them. It's not a long walk to break yourself free of them once again, and you get to see, thankfully, a moon reflected against a new ocean, reaching up just to the banks of the city of Oslo below you. It looks to have receded further enough back into the sea where the streets are mostly cleared, but there is heavy damage within the city itself. Buildings are split open, gutted practically by the torrent of water that had struck it not but a few days ago. Something else catches your attention as you see a little further up the slope from you the silhouette of some figure with its arms up, just cast against the moon itself. Unsure what it is, but it would be opposite of the direction that you're traveling in.
I sort of hold my lantern in the direction of that person or of that figure and try and see if I can see it a little better with the light heading towards it. But...
Okay, give me a conflict roll because I want to see what happens from this.
So we're at 7 dice, or did we get those back because they got re-rolled?
You will get them back, so we should be at 9 dice currently.
9,
again.
perfect. Right. Oh gosh. Okay. That's 2 6s
That's good.
and 4 1s.
Not so good.
No.
So you have the same question. While you do still succeed at your roll, you can still use a vice or virtue if it's on top of your deck to try to re-roll those ones if you so desire, or save it for another time.
I after I hold my lantern up in the direction of that figure, once I catch a glimpse of it, I'm gonna run and hide behind whoever's closest, whether it's Lauren or Linnea or Charlie, and sort of duck behind them. And I'm like, oh God, I thought I wanted to look, but I didn't. And use my cowardice.
Wonderful. Perfect.
Lauren's definitely at the back of the group at this point.
So go ahead and re-roll those 4 ones.
Okay.
And then we'll decide what happens.
Okay, we got
Well, we already know certainly succeed, but
we have 4 6s and 1 1, so we still lose.
Still lost a dice. We'll be back down to 8 6-sided dice for our community pool now. But you still have succeeded with your roll, so if there's anything else you'd like to expunge upon that outcome, you're more than welcome to.
What I would like to do is hand the lantern over that I was holding over to Linnea and said, I was too scared. I can't look at it. But if you hold the light in their direction, are they scared of it? Are they backing away from it? Here, you take it.
Linnea takes the lantern from you and just kind of looks at you like you didn't have to get the dude's attention. But okay. And so Linnea takes the lantern and kind of props the spear up against her other shoulder. And then she sits there and kind of waves her hand in front of the lantern to see if it gets his attention, if there's any kind of reaction in the moonlight.
Well, let's roll the dice and see just exactly what happens that instant.
And then we die. All right, I've got 1 6, 2 1s.
Am I keeping those ones?
My virtue is perception. So I think that I can perceive that he is an enemy. And but I feel like that's not a virtuous use of perception. I feel like that's a negative use of perception. Would that take us down to 6 dice?
Yes.
Do you think that would work? Perception, perceiving the situation and him. You think that works? Okay. If you think that works, I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
I think it'd be more like an insight sort of thing, you know.
Okay.
We take it that direction.
I re-rolled those 2 die,
Mm-hmm.
and I got 1 6 and a 4.
Okay. So you've lost no dice then. Still at 8. So how did you perceive this, whatever this is?
So catching a glimpse of him in the moonlight, or I say him, it's ambiguous, I guess. This entity in the moonlight. Linnea's perception is that he or it is not human.
Okay.
And that it is, in fact, the way that it moves or reacts in the light is not humanoid.
Okay.
And that is terrifying. So she is going to tell everyone to get into the shadows and to hide.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not leaving my lanterns.
Well, no, like just to get out of like. I kind of feel like we were probably
because
in
they're
the
like cover
path.
that we can sort of
Yeah.
Like in one of the broken buildings.
Yeah.
So you all retreat back, taking cover. Watch this figure with its arms outstretched now. And then you see it lower its form. And you hear what sounds like an almost wounded animal sound escape in his direction. Or its direction. I shouldn't assume either. It's like this baying cry. And then once again you see it lift itself off the ground and raises an object in its hand. And it just begins to cry out in some language you're not familiar with.
How far are we from it?
I would say in this instance you are probably, and excuse my freedom units, probably about 300 feet.
Can we tell if it's noticed us yet?
You can't tell if it has. It doesn't seem to be coming in your direction, at least. Seems very occupied on whatever task is before it currently.
I'm so sorry. I thought maybe if I had held the lantern to it, maybe it was friendly and maybe it was another survivor like us.
Shh! It might hear us.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It was a good idea. The safety numbers, right?
That's why we're together. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Well, I say we take note of that, and we keep going. But where does it seem like there's a particular way forward, or is it just more open and widespread?
Before you will be more open as you descend the mountains. Well, they're not steep where you're at currently, but it's a slope, descending back into the main inlet where the city Oslo was, at least at some point in its existence. The figure is up the slope, higher above you.
Got it. Okay.
But it's going to be more open as you descend, so you're definitely going to probably stand out more if you have lanterns flashing down the hillside.
Do we we wait it out?
Do we attack?
You can attack.
Well, this doesn't help us in our journey to find food or
Unless
other
it's edible.
survivors, because whatever that is probably not going to help us. So, we can keep going and trying to get to the waterfront.
Maybe there's
I-
maybe a boat or something to get out of here.
That thing levitated.
Please.
Like, I'm going to be honest here. That's some weird shit. That thing levitated.
Yeah.
So my innate inkling is that we should probably kill it. But also, it probably has friends. So
Then let's keep moving before its friends arrive.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So what is your all strategy, or who's going to lead this expedition down the hillside to try to stay as quiet and concealed as possible? Who's
I think
talented?
Lauren just took the lead, right, Lauren?
Yeah, I think so, because this is the direction that's furthest away from that thing, so I'm definitely in front.
Very correct. So if, Lauren, if you're going to lead us down the mountain, I'm going to need you to make me a conflict roll.
Okay.
Lauren.
Are we on 8 dice?
Eight dice currently, yes.
Yeah, okay. That's quite good, actually. So I didn't get any ones, and I got 2 6s.
Wonderful.
So,
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
yeah, so I guess Lauren's just very carefully kind of going from ledge to ledge and tree to tree, like just absolutely just really carefully leading the way down the mountain. And we managed to get away. The sound continues, so we can still hear that strange voice of the creature as we're going, and sort of starting to hear echoes of other creatures as well. But we make it down the mountain.
Wonderful. And as you all begin to proceed down this mountain, jumping from spot to spot, being as quiet and quick as possible without alerting any attention to those that are around you, you hear it doesn't sound quite normal, but especially to, let's see here, Sadie, you would know the sounds of a horse. Sounds very similar, but a little bit more ethereal, a little bit more echoed on the wind.
Oh.
And you, even from where you all are at, you can probably hear the gallop resounding down into this valley.
No. That's
Okay.
them. I can hear them.
What do they sound like?
They sound like the horses used to when they were the wild ones, when they were cornered, and how they would yell at you. Only it's much louder and like it surrounds you.
Is this the same sound that Lauren and I heard earlier while we were still in the shack? Or is this a new sound?
Your best guess would be that you heard the sound of whatever this thing was chanting against the wind.
Okay.
Sort of
Cool.
harmonious sound that caught it.
Cool beans.
This is an entirely different sound altogether.
Can we see anything?
Would you like to roll to see if you can see anything?
Okay. 8 dice again. Let's see if I can ruin this. Okay, I rolled a bunch of 6s, but we are now down to 7 dice. and I think that's not worth re-rolling. Sorry, just before I answer, so where are we right now?
I would say you are just on the outskirts of the town itself.
Okay. So the sound seems to, I mean, it's hard to pinpoint which direction it's coming from because it's sort of coming from all around us. But what I can see on the ground is what looks at first glance like hoof prints, but they're a little too big. They're just sort of, it seems like the wrong size for a horse. And what can I see? I can see there's something moving in the town ahead. I can't see it clearly, but I can see something large, which seems to be some sort of animal.
Okay.
And I point that out to the others.
Is it a big, sorry, are these, does it look like these same hoof prints, or these are different animals? This is different.
Given what you know, you would say it's probably the same thing that you shared with me earlier.
Mm-hmm. They're close.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, we should definitely not keep standing in the clearing a little
No.
bit. Oh.
No.
So, yeah, let's continue a little further, if that's okay with all of you.
Yeah, I think we keep going.
Okay. Wonderful. So, this creature that you see just inside the city itself, how are you going to approach this? Are you going to approach this? That is up to you all.
Charlie's just gonna walk right up.
Okay. So, Charlie, you round the corner, and this is a part where I'm going to take some narrative control. What you see as you round the corner is not some insane demonic creature. What you see actually is a large reindeer just standing there. And just on the other side of it, you see some figure with just heavy cloaks on. Like winter jackets and gloves, and you see a hand outstretched, and you see the reindeer eating out of the hand of whoever or whatever this thing is.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna relay that information back as I kind of like peek back around the corner to let them know. Looks like somebody's here, and he looks friendly. He's feeding a reindeer.
A reindeer?
Yeah.
Oh. Then maybe it's not them. I didn't think. We should.
Could be a survivor.
Yeah. We are in Norway. They have those here, right?
I would hope so.
Maybe we should say hi.
No.
Really?
Oh, Linnea's having some serious issues with the with what's happening right now. So be careful, all of you.
Oh,
Especially
makes it sound
Charlie.
like you're not coming with us.
I mean, I'm there. Linnea's probably gonna move to the back. Maeve actually put several yards between her and the rest of the group, so she needed to move to the shadows or to the trees. Anything that would be around her that she could move behind, she could.
Okay. I'm sure there's some.
Yeah, I
She's
think
terrible.
Lauren's just kind of hiding at the back of the group, like not further back with Linnea, but definitely at the back of the others.
Okay.
So after you.
So
Sure, might as well.
I'll
as,
go with you, Charlie.
so as you all are speaking and planning what to do next, um, Charlie, you begin to make your way back in that direction. But before you do, you hear um, the baying of an animal crying out in pain. And you hear a slump around the corner as something large strikes the ground.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick peek, just like half my face across to see.
Sure. So what you see now is the figure standing over top of the reindeer. You see the contents of its neck exposed in the winter wind, bleeding crimson down the roadway itself. And you can still see its chest sort of lifting and raising, and those soft plumes of moisture coming from its nostrils as this figure begins to jab a knife up into the torso of it. And you can hear the ribs cracking and splitting as it digs its blade into this creature.
I'm gonna outstretch my hand to stop. I'm sorry, Lady Dame. Remind me what your
Sadie.
character's name is.
Sadie.
Sorry. To stop Sadie from going and just whisper.
Okay.
So they're not friendly, and we probably shouldn't go that way. I made a big mistake, and we should get out of here as fast as possible.
Oh, okay, that's probably a good idea. Great.
Do I hear anything aside from the wind that's constantly blowing?
What you hear, if you're not watching directly, what you would hear is this sound of almost like a suction noise. Just not quite sure exactly.
Are they
what it is.
elithids? Oh my god, they're elithids, aren't they?
You're more than welcome to take a look around the corner and see.
It's proved good for us so far. Might as well. Let's do it
Okay.
again.
Okay. You peek around the corner, and what you see is this figure holding a large organ in its hand, and the blood is just smeared down its coat, and the heat's rising off of it. You can see this slowly, the beat of this heart in its hand just starting to slow to a stop. And you see it raise it to its lips and take a large hunk of the organ into its mouth.
I'm going to stifle myself from projectile vomiting, and I'm going to turn around and join the group again and relay in not as much gruesome detail what happened, and to try to just protect, everybody as much as possible.
Was it alone?
For our sake, yes. I sure hope it was alone. I didn't see anybody nearby.
We could pack the meat
Maybe
mean-
if we
if we need the food.
You're not wrong. Yeah,
maybe if we wait till it leaves, whoever it is.
maybe. As of
Has
now, it
anyone
seems like-
seen one of them?
Seen one of
Them. I don't want you to get hurt emotionally. But if you could confirm / reject the idea that this is one of them, that might be helpful for us.
Yeah.
Unless that's too much for you.
I didn't see him. I just know from what Charlie said. It doesn't sound like one of them.
That's even more comforting. So what does one of them look like, or do, or... I don't know what I'm saying.
They're when I said it's that noise that sounded like horses, that's how you know it's one of them. It's the reindeer. It's not one of them. Because it was a reindeer, it wasn't one of them.
Got it. Okay.
They are big. They look. You know it because they come on horseback.
So this may be an enemy,
It could
but
be.
it may not be an enemy.
Might be another one of our friends over on the hill. Just that hasn't started levitating yet. And for our sake, I hope never does.
I didn't know they could levitate. That seems weird. But maybe there's more than just them out there now. All of the horrors, you know how there's like tigers and lions and bats and all those things that could, potentially eat you or, cause disease. Maybe it's more than just them. Maybe there's multiple of them. I don't know.
Okay.
I've only ever seen the one.
Sadie.
Yes. Okay.
Deep breaths.
How's the snow? Can you feel the snow?
Yeah.
Is it cold, kind of crunchy?
It is cold and it is crunchy and it sort of can make a snowball with it.
Snowballs are the best. I'm going to have you stay right here.
Okay.
And you can hang out with Charlie.
Okay.
Maybe you can quietly make snow angels. I'm going to go kill that guy. Or I'll talk to him first.
Oh.
But we're probably going to kill him.
Okay.
Anybody want to hang with Sadie here? Because I'd really feel a lot better if Sadie was protected.
I have a scalpel. I'll be okay.
Okay, great. Don't love the fact this guy's just hanging out near us. So, Josh.
Yes.
I would like to advance with my spear, but not necessarily pointing it at him. Just kind of casually walking up on him.
Are you making your presence known? Or...
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not like trying to sneak. It's more just like casually like, fancy meeting you here.
Okay.
Reindeer eater.
I think in this instance we'll make a conflict roll just to see what his demeanor is towards you.
All right, we've got 2 sixes, no ones. Awesome.
Hey, good job.
This 10th candle's been burning a long time. Okay, so
Nobody's died yet. It's amazing.
So what happens here?
So as I approach,
Mm-hmm.
I step down on the snow. I break a twig or something so that he sees me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go with is human.
Okay.
Is that...
Yeah, that's fine.
Does that work? Works for him to be human?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is human, but like is starved.
Mm-hmm.
Like face is gaunt, like he's definitely not eaten. Somehow he managed to kill this beast. And he is consuming it in a way that we find repulsive because he is starved. But as I look at him, he very clearly is armed. He's just hungry.
Very much so.
So I can kind of walk up and be like, so how's this reindeer you're eating there, pal?
He slowly turns to look at you with this emaciated, cracked face. Probably more so just from the cold and the blistering winds. The skin is raw and cracked from it, burnt from the wind itself. The blood is still fresh and dropping from the organ he's holding in his hand. And you just see him slowly rolling the piece of meat around in his jaw. I thought I was the only one left.
I feel that way too, sometimes. There's a small group of us. We've managed to survive. But your face, it kind of looks like it hurts. I might have a salve for that if you want it. I'd be happy to share.
You see his eyes sort of drop to the weapon in your hand and then back up to your face. It doesn't matter. We're all going to die here before too long anyway.
It's probably a really good point. But if you'd like, I can at least make your face not hurt as much while you try to eat.
You see him take another deep bite into this hunk of flesh in his hands. The toughness of it sort of stringy as it releases finally from the organ into his mouth, and he begins to chew once more as his eyes lift up to the skies. It looks like skull and hat have already begun to consume the sun and the moon itself.
Say what now?
He sort of looks to you. Skull and Hati, you know the old tales, right?
Can't say that I do, old timer. Can't say I do.
Well, they're the two wolves in the sky that eat the sun and the moon right before Ragnarok occurs.
So you feel like we're on the precipice of the apocalypse, basically, end times.
Well, the earth shakes. Strange things happen at sea. I'm sure Jörmungandr is not long before he makes his appearance as well.
Well, that sucks. Do you need anything? Or are you okay?
He sort of swallows the last bit in his mouth and tosses the rest to the side and begins to wipe the bloody hand on his pants. No, they're coming. We'll make our stand here, and that'll be the end of it. And the more you talk to him, you realize that he's sort of in and out of the conversation as it flows. He has his own sort of take on what you're saying versus what's actually happening around him. It appears that his mind has somewhat separated from reality for the time being.
Cool beans. Well, super nice talking to you. Hopefully I'll see you again when the coffee shops reopen. I'm gonna just slowly exit, walking backwards the way I came so that I don't turn my back on this dude.
He is going to suddenly turn and reach out to try to grab the front of your jacket. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Oh, we're gonna spear him right in the chest if he tries to do
Go
that.
ahead and roll me a
Not
conflict
even
roll.
joking. We're still rolling
go.
8
Yes.
or 7.
No, seven.
Seven.
Seven, correct.
7. I got 2 6s, but I got 3 1s.
Oh,
So that happened.
that happened.
You're going in the bad pile.
Put him in dice jail.
We are down to 4.
Oh no. I will burn my moment. I
Well,
can burn
you-
my moment. I'm the only one I think that's burned anything yet, and I'm down to like
Technically,
Oh.
you can't burn a moment. You have to live
But
a
it's-
moment.
relevant. I can utilize my moment if I don't burn it.
In this case, it really wouldn't matter because you can't re-roll dice with a moment.
Fine, never mind. I won't do it.
But after this conflict, if you'd like to live your moment but still applicable, we can definitely go that route.
We're down to 4 dice.
Correct.
I'm so sorry, guys.
It's okay. This is one
On
candle.
the first
out of 10.
scene.
Yeah,
So,
you're still got
yeah.
9, 10. You got 9 more candles after if this one goes out. So
You have 9 more candles left.
no, you still have 10 right now. So
Oh Christ. Okay. So what's about to happen, Josh? How do you want to narrate this?
I don't know. You won the conflict, so
Can he die?
that's completely up to you.
I spear that motherfucker right in the chest.
Okay.
And my broom handle breaks off, but it doesn't matter because he's going backwards. He hits the ground. And he ends up laying next to the beast that he killed.
Okay.
So
you ram this makeshift spear into his chest, and there's that sudden wide-eyedness as his breath suddenly catches, and the blade slips cleanly between his ribs. He gasps. His hand that was reaching for you just sort of falls against your chest. And what he manages to get out before collapsing to the ground is, Loki's riders are coming. And with that, his body slumps to the ground, sort of landing on its side next to the body of this still warm beast. Now both of them laying dead in the snow. And you hold a broken broomstick in your hand over top of the bodies, sort of gathering your breath from the adrenaline of the moment.
well, that
So we all
sucks.
see this.
Sadie and I are doing snow angels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you two are doing snow angels, but Lauren's been watching this whole thing, so
Yeah.
she's gonna dart forward at this moment. Or not dart forward. I'm gonna slowly walk forward because you did just kill a person. So that was rather impulsive of you. And I'm going to search his pockets.
Okay.
I actually thought he was harmless.
Why don't you go make me a roll here and see what he might be carrying on him. You have 4 dice.
Oh, watch me fail.
Josh,
this
I don't like
one.
these odds. Okay, man. Like,
It's how it works.
So I didn't roll any 6s. I think I will use my virtue though. Which is resourceful. So how do I work that in?
you're picking a dead guy's pockets. That's pretty damn resourceful.
Yeah, that's pretty resourceful.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so I think how I'm doing this, I'm like I talk to Linnea. I'm kind of like because I think you've seen me doing something questionable, and I know that you have seen that. So I don't have much to say about this dead body except that was rather impulsive. But I am in a very practiced way, going through this guy's pockets in the sense that I mean, if the others were watching, they would probably be a bit disturbed by both of us at this point. But I go through his pockets and let me see if I can roll a not fail. I rolled 6. I also rolled 2 1s, so we're down to 2 dice.
Okay.
So in his pockets, he obviously doesn't have any food because he's very, very starved. What he does have, I'll say in his pockets and in this bag that he's been carrying with him, he has a lighter. He has a torch, which is very sort of faint when I sort of click it on and off to see if the batteries are still working. They are, but it seems like it's not going to last much longer. What he also has is a large and important looking book, which obviously I don't read it right now, but it looks like it might be tied to what he was saying earlier. So I take all of those items and stand up.
Okay.
Can you toss me the bag?
Sure.
Fantastic.
I've already taken everything important out of it.
Perfect. That's what I want. So once you toss me the empty bag, Linnea starts to pack snow in it. She pulls the knife out of the guy's chest, kind of wipes it off in the snow, and then goes over to the reindeer and starts to cut up the reindeer, trying to salvage whatever she can out of it, so that we have potentially food, bait, whatever, however we need to use this. But she does try to cut apart and process the reindeer.
Let's see. You're
You fucking make me roll for this.
You're a backpacker. Probably, I don't know how good of a hunting background you'd have to truly process an animal the best way.
I'm not saying she knows what she's doing. I'm
Yeah.
saying she's trying to.
Yeah.
She's probably just taking the liver and like that's it. But
if that's all you'd like to take, then I'll let you have
well,
that.
I mean,
if we're going to process an animal, though, we're going to.
we're not. We're in a facility, okay? She's not making like ground beef here. Like, she's just cutting out some pieces of the inside that she kind of thinks, you know, this is not the large intestine. Awesome. Moving on.
I want you to roll for it.
Damn it! And you're gonna do all three.
You have 2 dice.
I have 2 dice. I need to make it my best dice. Hold on, I'm taking new ones. Okay.
Yeah, get your fancy dice.
I gotta get my fanciest dice I have.
Oh, there's snow angels going.
Pretty good,
I got a
yeah.
6 and a 2, so I'll take it.
Okay.
I got a 6.
Yeah.
Oh my
Good,
god,
though.
that was
Snow angels are looking very pretty.
So we'll say you managed not to cut into the intestine or the stomach to spoil everything around it.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, appreciate it. We need the veterinarian over here, but she's too busy making a damn snow angel. But you know, like that's cool.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better.
I don't think the veterinarian has butchered a reindeer.
But I feel like she could at least
no.
tell me what's like a colon, not a colon.
Yeah.
Probably. And I don't know about the farmer, but he might have some insight on that as well.
It's making a snow angel. Okay.
But while Sadie and I are making snow angels, I would like to keep an eye out on the tree line to make sure none of them are coming closer.
Oh, you know
Even
that's
though
going to be a roll, right?
Yeah, we already know the outcome to that
Okay.
roll. But yes,
Wonderful. Let's roll them bones.
let's
Good.
go for it. A 6 and a 1.
Oh.
Okay.
Dice left.
We're about to hit through those candles real fast.
There we are. I am not gonna burn anything.
Okay. So, what does Charlie see?
Charlie, for the most part, about 5 minutes or so goes by before he eventually hears the second slump of something hitting snow. Keeping an eye out on the tree line, it's very hard for him to distinguish what are dark trees and what are people standing in those trees. But about after the 7th or 8th minute, he kind of collects Sadie up a bit, and seeing that the person that was once standing on the hill levitating into the moon is slowly making their way down towards us. But
Okay.
in the immediate vicinity, there's nobody around, which he's pretty okay with.
Wonderful.
So, Sadie, why don't we go find those other 2? Sound good?
Yeah, I think I'm good. Thank you. Thanks
Okay,
for staying
cool.
with me.
Yeah, of course. Anything to help.
Appreciate that.
Of course.
So you
anytime.
get up from your snow angels and I guess walk into this scene where the 2 of us are covered in, well, I guess you're covered in blood. I'm not covered in blood,
Fair.
Linnea. And yeah, there's a dead body and a butchered reindeer.
Lovely.
So, was he dangerous?
I didn't think so. I mean, I thought he was a little bit unable to cope with what's happening, but he didn't seem super dangerous. But when I started to walk away, he grabbed at me, and you know, I just couldn't take that risk.
No, that's
Understood.
smart.
Did he
And
say
maybe
anything
if he
before
was-
he passed?
Oh, yeah.
Dude was rambling about like Loki and like a whole narrative about a wolf eating the sun and the moon and like the apocalypse. I don't know anything about these legends or these stories, and but he said something about Loki right before. Loki's something were on their way.
I hold up the book and say, "This might tell us more, but I suggest we get to cover first."
I'm going to. I'm gonna take some of the snow and pack it into a snowball in the shape of a heart and put it on top of the guy.
That's lovely.
That is so wholesome.
He's so tender. You make my girl develop empathy. Well, forgiveness.
Aw.
She's so empathetic to you because you're so kind.
Would you like to live your moment out? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, I'll live my moment.
Okay, you have 1d6 to make it, so.
Well, I guess it'll be the fancy one then. I actually did it! Oh!
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't believe that shit. Oh my god.
Okay, so go ahead and take your hope die. And,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, just give me some insight into your characters, the thoughts that are going through her mind as she's viewing the scene.
Linnea has spent the last couple of months, perhaps, feeling unable to uh, have any emotion beyond just her rage and her confusion and anger. And she never thought that she would feel like complex as a human again. She thought that feeling of rage would just stay with her forever. And then the darkness came, and that just seemed to solidify her anger. But then, like, in the moment of all of this hell, there's still the like light and hopefulness and optimism of this delightful person. It's just very moving to her. So there's a spark of optimism and empathy. She kind of wants to protect it, like it's a sweet little light that needs to be protected.
Wonderful.
That was very sweet.
Okay, so the four of
I
you...
just realized I only have one card left, and that's like
Yeah.
fucking terrifying right
Yeah,
now.
it's the game.
Yep.
Yeah. So you all four of you are standing in the road here with these two corpses, essentially, looking for cover, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think if we can sort of dash to a house or something, or somewhere where, because we're in the actual town now.
Right, yeah.
So yeah, I think we want to try and find some cover with one die left.
Yeah, with one die left. Let's see what we can find here.
Should I roll it?
Yes, absolutely.
Let's see. Ooh, astonishingly, that's a fail. I rolled a 5.
Okay. So with that, we are going to extinguish a candle, and this scene will be over. Your dice pool will now go up to 9d6. So you will get some of those back. But unfortunately, I get the other one. It goes to me now. So now...
Okay.
Now I get to roll along with you, and if I meet or exceed your successes, I get to take control of the narrative from your successes. So, we are going to establish now some truths about our story. And these truths can be anything about what's going on around us, the world itself. You can use it to resolve a conflict that we're currently going through. It can even progress the story forward if we needed to. Like we make it to such and such place. As long as it's not some series of convoluted add-ons. We're not going to go to the next town over. We're going to meet somebody there. They're going to have lots of gasoline, these awesome trucks, and we're going to take off to the next city, and we're going to be fine. It can't be that linear. But we're going to...
I feel like this is very related to our first game, where we ended up in like a suburban.
It totally wasn't meant to be that way either. So we speak the number of truths that are equal to the number of candles lit, which is now currently 9. I will begin every round of this with the ultimate truth. And these things are true. The world is dark. We will begin with the person who failed the conflict roll, who will begin our first truth. We will go through a number of truths, like I said, equal to the number of candles lit. But the last truth we will all speak together, and that truth will be, and we are alive. So... Lauren, would you like to say our first truth?
Yep. We have made it to one of the houses and just beaten our way inside.
Wonderful. Ian, would you like to give our next truth?
Inside the house is a modest vacation house, although it seems to just be empty at this point, devoid of both life and meaning.
Nice. Lady Dame. Our third truth, please.
There are 3 bedrooms in this house.
There are 3 bedrooms. Wonderful. The fourth truth will go to me. And my truth will be that the receded floodwaters, while they haven't completely destroyed the walls or the foundation of this house, they have definitely compromised the structure. Hannah, would you like to speak our 5th truth?
Truth number 5. The house is surrounded.
Surrounded.
So we don't... That is an absolute truth. It's not a truth that we are able to observe.
Okay. So, go back once more to Lauren. Our 6th truth, please.
There's... One of the windows is broken.
Broken window. Okay. Ian, a 7th truth, please.
Oh, that's me, isn't it? No, it's
No.
Ian.
Ian.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking.
Oh, you're good.
There is a steady drip of some dark-colored liquid from the 2nd floor that reminds us that time is still passing.
Wonderful. Love it. Number 8, Lady Dame.
There is a small skittering sound in the walls.
Not creepy at all. And our last truth, which will be spoken by all of you.
And we are alive.
And we are alive.
Wonderful. 9 candles, 9 truths have been spoken, and we have 9 dice. So we have found our way to a very modest but very broken vacation house. But unlike most of the other buildings in this city itself, it actually has 4 walls, and it has a door and some windows still intact. So that alone makes it very valuable. You all slip inside, and there's not much left in it really, that's not so waterlogged and destroyed or stolen previously when the world went dark itself. But it is at least some cover from the winter wind outside and whatever else might be out there.
Well, while we get settled in and everything, I am going to go take a look around. Okay? And I'm gonna be taking this, and I'm gonna take the lantern with the least amount of oil in it.
Okay. Where are you going with it?
I'm gonna explore the house, make sure that there aren't any, like, food or anything, like, in the little nooks and crannies everywhere.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a conflict roll here. You have 9 dice.
Gladly. Cool. So that is no successes and 5 ones.
Oh.
No. Oh no. Oh
Mhm.
no.
So
No.
this is a good time for me to use my vice.
Probably so.
I think so.
And my vice is that I am impulsive.
Mm.
So with my
Sweet.
impulsivity, as I open the door, as I'm on the second floor, I open the door to one of the bedrooms, seeing this horned creature hunched over this bed. Not really sure what it is, but this gross growling and slurping sound coming from that room. I take note of it, and I close the door and use a chair and barricade it there, so it cannot exit. I'm gonna re-roll my 5 ones.
Okay.
Okay, cool. That is 2 6s and 1 1.
Okay. 1-1 you said?
Yeah.
It looks like I have matched your successes. So, I
Oh,
will
boy.
allow the fact that you definitely did see something on that bed and you definitely closed that door on it. It definitely saw you. And what you hear next is the sound of the door being slammed against, roughly. Just. And you see the wall shake.
I think what's happening right now is Lauren also was searching the house just as soon as they ran in,
Okay.
since we're surrounded by them at this point. What I want to do is try and find some alcohol because I have a lighter.
Okay.
And I'm going to try throwing some Molotov cocktails if I find any alcohol.
Okay. Well, let's see what you find.
I've got 8 dice, right?
8 dice, correct.
Ooh, okay. We now have 7 dice, but I rolled 2 6s. So
Okay.
I don't think you can beat me.
I cannot beat you, so you have control of the story.
Yes. Excellent. I do find some alcohol. I find, so there's like a cabinet which has like a child safe lock on it, but I just pretty much bash it open. It's already pretty damaged. So I tear it open. Some of the alcohol's broken, but I managed to find 2 bottles. And so I make a Molotov cocktail and I throw it out the window. And I take the other one and I'm going to head upstairs, just sort of, so it's upstairs. I think there's a room which is being sort of bashed down. So actually, I think going upstairs is a pretty bad idea. I think I might stay downstairs.
Okay.
But no, I'm just sort of standing near the window. I've thrown one Molotov cocktail out the window. It's just, fire's just burst up. Not a lot of it, because I'm still throwing it into, not quite snow. I'm going to say it's like a path. But there's just been this big flare of fire, and I see some of them scamper off. There's still a few around, so I'm just sort of waiting there. I think I've bought us a little bit of time, but I haven't really changed a lot in our situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So there's a flash of light outside from the burning of the alcohol. Um, and it seems that whatever has struck the door upstairs has also shaken the walls of the structure, and you can hear it grind and groan and strain. The wood sounds as if it is not long to hold. But more disturbing is you begin to hear this excited chitter sound within the walls themselves.
I would like to look under cabinets for some like cleaning supplies,
Okay.
things like borax and maybe some, like rat poisons and things.
Okay. You have 7 dice. Let's see
I
what this
love you
house.
guys. You guys are awesome.
It was
Chaotic
awesome.
crew.
That is 1 success and 1 1.
Are we keeping that 1? Are we keeping the 1, or are you going to try to do something, or can you?
I can't at this moment in time unless there happens to be, like a creature hiding under the cabinet.
Unfortunately, not at the time being. We do not have that happening.
Yep. Nope. So
there's 1 success, 1 1.
1 success, 1 1.
Okay, you have 1 narrative control still, so you let me
Wonderful.
know what you find.
I definitely find like one of those boxes of, something powdery that was chemicals at one point. It's hard to read what's on the label, but it like smells like a combination of like bleach and stuff, and it's kind of clumpy, like and so that I'm gonna take that and hold on to that, maybe.
Okay.
And I think, and yeah. So I found this. I don't. It's animals sometimes get into this stuff and they like it because it tastes kind of sweet, and then they get really sick. We see that a lot. We learned about it at school, so I thought maybe whatever.
Sadie, we are under attack.
Well, I
Not
mean,
there,
maybe we
sorry.
can put it. I figured we could put it out around the house, and if they eat it, they'll get sick and not feel good, and maybe die. Frankly.
But
That's
now
all
I'd
I
be running
got.
downstairs and come and see who's on the bottom floor.
Okay.
What'd you guys find?
I found poison.
I started a fire.
Yeah.
Lauren did start a fire. It was kind of
You're going to
cool,
see like
actually.
shadows playing against the walls, and not necessarily from like creatures outside by any means, but just from the broken window and the fire outside casting the shadows as it moves.
I want to start sprinkling some of what I found like near any like cracks in the walls or anything that looks like thinner spots that might be compromised. Just sort of like a protection circle, but with poison.
I'll tell you what, go ahead and make me a roll, because I'm curious what might happen with this. If you're saying some things might be
Bad vibes.
attracted to this
Bad
by your own
vibes.
words, so let's see if they are or not.
One success and 1 1.
Boop. So we're down to 5 dice now. Is that my correct
Yes.
recollection here? 1 success. Oh yeah, I got control.
Oh no.
So you begin to spread this around, and you begin to approach one of these cracks in the wall, and you can still hear the clatter behind, the wall itself, and as you spread these chemicals on the ground, what you see is a sudden eruption from this crack itself. And they're not insects, they're not vermin. It's almost like hundreds of these little crab-like creatures begin to claw their way through it and begin to spread along the walls and up them.
Ah!
Oh my god.
I back up.
Are they harmful? Are you okay?
I don't know. They might. Lauren, you've still got the other fire device.
Yeah, I'm just sort of standing there like, what are these things? Can I tell what they are, or because I don't want to throw a Molotov cocktail inside a house is the thing.
Oh, that's it. You know what? That's a good point. And think about that.
As best as you can tell, they seem to be some sort of crustacean-like creatures.
They're just like
They're like
crabs or
crab
lobsters.
spiders or something. They're
Crab spiders.
yeah.
Awesome.
Well,
Really
just
cool,
like,
but also oof.
yeah. I mean, I think Lauren, like, she gets startled, but then she just like calms down very quickly when she realizes they're just spiders.
I wonder if they're edible.
Oh,
You want to try?
oh bad. Do you mind if I see what's in the book quickly? Because I assure you we have all the time in the world, and I will look up at the ceiling at the constant banging that's still going up on the second floor.
And
Do you want me to go kill that thing?
I feel
I
like it
mean,
should
do
definitely
you
be
feel
more
like
than
it's
one of us,
okay?
yeah.
And
I give you the okay. I'm not going to tell you what I saw.
And I would say as you look up, Charlie, is probably when you feel the droplets on your face, on your forehead. This dark liquid that just seems to be softly streaming from the second floor itself. Get that other truth
Floors
in
can
there.
bleed, right? Yeah, let's go kick some ass and let's go kill that thing.
Sweet. Looking around, you know, there's like crab spiders and shit, and like, you know, Laura's got the other Molotov cocktail that she's about to.
Yeah, I think I'll just stay at the window and I'll
Okay.
make sure we have an escape route.
Sadie, are you okay?
Yeah, I think I'm fine. I'm gonna just start taking my scalpel and stabbing the spider things with the scalpel that I have.
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
that's cool.
Oh, and I'll give the book to Charlie so he can read while everyone else fights things.
Oh,
Sorry.
Charlie's coming upstairs.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
It's okay. Hold
Sorry,
on
you
to
don't
it
have
for
the book
me,
then.
and when I get back, I can look at it. Sounds good?
Sure.
Cool. Charlie, so you want to fill me in on this thing? And she's trying to find something else to make like a spear with.
Okay.
Yeah. So I saw that it had horns, and that it was very big. But other than that, I wish I could tell you more, but I just shut the door and I prayed for like a solid minute.
Do you think it's like a goat, or do you think it's like not a goat?
I mean, it can be a goat person. That's
A
kind
goat
of
person.
probably the closest thing.
Okay, cool.
I
Awesome.
wish it was a goat.
Oh, your moment. I'm sorry.
Can I find
Yeah.
can I find anything in the house to
What do your 5d6 say?
5d6 say
Uh-huh.
3? Oh, can I roll my hope die?
And your hope die.
Yes, your hope die.
Can't
That's
give them
right.
advantage, right?
That bitch, she was the 6. 3 5s 1 1
1
And a
1
six.
and a 6.
1 1. That bitch is going out of rotation.
So, you still have narrative control.
Sweet. So I find another broom handle, and we break it and make a new spear. And packing tape this time, no duct tape. So just it's a pretty flimsy spear. It's not going to work great, but cool. So let's go upstairs and see if we can restrain this goat so that Sadie can come upstairs and have her moment.
Yeah.
Let's try
Sounds
that.
good. Everybody needs a moment just to
Yeah.
relax and stuff. Yeah, definitely.
For sure.
Yeah, let's head upstairs.
Okay, so we're going to split our party here for a second.
Briefly.
Yep.
We have a vet tech who's decided to take a scalpel to a bunch of little creepy crawlies.
I figure they're like swarming the poison that I set out.
They are swarming the walls itself at this
Great.
point.
Perfect. Wonderful.
So you have 4d6 currently now.
I do. This will be fine. 1 success, no ones.
1 success.
Yeah.
Okay. I have 1 narrative control once again. Damn, this
Oh,
guy's
good.
good for me tonight.
Lucky us.
So you have managed to take the scalpel and you press it into one of these creatures. It easily slides through it. You hear the soft crunch of its carapace split from the blade itself. And this dark, brackish fluid just dissolves from it. And you notice that once that has occurred, that all of these creatures begin to turn in your direction, as if excited or signaled by the loss of one. And they begin to run, crawling, I guess I should say, quickly in your direction. And of course, Lauren, you would probably see this as well.
Seems to have it under control.
No, I don't.
Okay, I guess I will help my companion.
Lauren!
So I think earlier Linnea took the broom handle, so I'm guessing she sort of left the actual head of the broom. I want to see if I can grab that and use it as a weapon against the spiders.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think we need to make a roll for that one. If you want to actually attack them, that's a different story.
I will attack them. How many
Okay.
dice do I have?
We have 4.
Those are good odds. Okay. I succeed. I've got 1 6. No ones.
1 6, no ones. Well, you have 1 narrative control, so.
Okay. So as these spiders are just swarming towards Sadie, I grab the broom handle. It's just lying on the floor, and just start very calmly, just sort of throwing them in all directions, and very quickly, the swarm just sort of seems to disperse, and they start. Some of them are still sort of crawling around, but a lot of them seem to disappear into the cracks in the house, as Sadie's just kind of quivering to one side, and I'm going to take this moment to. Or I'm going to try and take my moment in this moment.
Very applicable.
And I turn to Sadie, who's just sort of cowering on the floor. And I turn to her and I say, "Get a grip. You know by now that if you can't fight, you won't survive." Actually, do I need to actually roll for that, or
You do, yeah.
Oh, okay. So for that second roll, then I guess. Sorry, I should have done that before I rolled.
No, you're good.
So I'll say then for that second roll, what I will do is look outside, because I'm going to see if there are, if my Molotov cocktail is sort of scared off the creatures that were swarming around outside, or sort of how many of them there are right now. So I'll roll for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, good.
Yep. That's a fail. So I don't get a hope die.
Oh,
No 6s, no 1s, huh? Okay, so I guess with that, we end the scene. So we have 8 candles. Your dice pool will go back up to 8. And I think we will take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to establish 8 new truths to our story. Because things are going so swimmingly currently. So, we'll be back in 5-10 minutes or something like that. So just stick around and we will see you very shortly. adjust the number of candles that we currently have because we just lost one. So, we have 8 candles, 8 dice, and 8 truths. These things are true. The world is dark. And we'll begin our first truth by the person who failed their roll.
That's me again.
It is.
So we have run away from the house.
Okay. We have...
All of us?
Yes, yeah.
We have pulled
I think
Sir Robin
what
from the
happened
house.
is I saw them swarming outside and convinced everyone we need to get out of here.
Okay. Our second truth by Mr. Ian.
Happily, in our mad scramble out of there, we did not drop anything.
Ah, you got me on that one. Not drop any resources on the way out of that building in such a mad scramble. Lady Dame, can you give me a third truth, please?
Linnea picked up a board that she found.
Picked up a board. Interesting. And my truth. I will say that you all did manage to escape the house. And just as you are fleeing through the front door, there's a large crash upstairs as the creature above you has broken free of the room. So the creature is free. Our fifth truth, Hannah.
The house was a trap.
It was a trap. Interesting. The house was a trap. Okay. Luciella.
Lauren threw her last remaining Molotov cocktail as they were escaping.
Into the house, I'm assuming, or
No, away from the house.
away from the house?
Just as we were trying to escape, I used that as a distraction to get them off our back.
Gotcha. So we have a fire distraction as we're fleeing away. Wonderful, wonderful. Ian, it's back to you for our seventh truth.
We are escaping from the people, well, the people that were once surrounding the house. Now a soft hum in unison seems to be mixing with the different wind patterns in the surrounding air.
Wonderful. So it's like they're almost harmonized with each other.
And with nature.
I like that. Humming a little nature ditty. Okay. And that will bring us to our last truth.
And we are alive.
We are alive.
Alive.
Wonderful. So, we all frantically gathered together as you fear for your safety. Begin to tear from the house. Lauren tosses this Molotov as a distraction from whatever it is that is outside, and you hear that skittering off. And you hear the crashing in the house behind you as wood splinters and fragments all around. And as you begin to move further and further from the house, you begin to hear this synchronized humming sound carried on the wind itself, mingling with it. It's haunting yet beautiful. A very chilling way. Where are you all fleeing to?
A house with 3.5 walls.
Yeah, can we make it on the other side of town? Like let's keep running until we can no longer hear a pursuit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have 8 dice, and let's see how they project the narrative to see if you all do make it to the other side of town unharassed.
Who wants to roll? I'll do it. That's fine. 2 6s, 2 1s.
So those 2 1s.
Yep.
Gone. I have 2 dice now myself. Thank you all very, very much for giving this to me. But I only roll 1, so you still have narrative control.
As we run through Oslo,
Mm-hmm.
passing these decrepit buildings and these compromised structures, we see a house up kind of north of us, a little bit on a hillside, but it appears to have lights inside the windows that are actively burning.
Interesting.
We are within range, probably within like 100 yards at this point.
So you all have managed to flee from the structure across to the other side of town, and do not hear pursuit, just that harmony lightly grazing your ears on the wind. But it seems to be at a distance. You feel safe for the time being. In a single structure on a hill not too far from you has a welcome, warm glow emitting from it.
Safe, I say.
Light is
How's everybody
good.
doing? Everybody okay?
As well as can be expected, I suppose.
We need to find shelter. We're not safe out here.
No,
Good enough place?
they have
Let's
light.
go.
Light is good.
Who wants to approach first? I mean, I can. I'm not the best diplomat.
I'll go ahead and approach this time.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah, Charlie, people like you.
Yep.
I sure hope so. And I'm gonna walk forward, and as I do, kind of peer in the window, just try to see what I find.
Okay. I have no idea what's inside, so why don't you go ahead and roll me some dice, and we will see what you see inside this structure. You have 6 dice
cool.
currently.
Sounds good. Okay, cool. Yep. Cool. No successes and no failures.
Oh. Well, in that case, we will end the scene.
Okay.
That was quick.
That was very final. Charlie.
This is about the time that things begin to quickly progress. So we have 7 candles, 7 truths. These things are true. The world is dark. Charlie, would you like to start us off with our first truth?
So the warm glow that we saw flickering inside this house ended up being a fire started by somebody inside.
Fire started.
The building is slowly starting to collapse in on itself.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. Lady Dame, number 2, please.
There's an axe outside the house.
Okay. Say it's leaned against the house itself, or like in
Yeah,
a large.
just leaning against the house like
Okay.
somebody had used it to chop wood.
An axe leans against the side of the house. That is true. For my third truth, let's see. I will say there are at least 3 distinctive voices within the house itself that you can hear from the window. At least 3. Hannah?
Can you see the message I just sent you?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, sweet. So, as we approach the house, we see in the sky there are bursts of light. It is not daybreak, and the sun has not come out. These are fireballs in the sky that seem to start raining down on us.
So are they physically coming towards the Earth itself, or are they just burning up in
Yeah,
the atmosphere?
kind of
or...
like when something, like when a shuttle comes back into the atmosphere and there's like debris that kind of rains down. It kind of looks like that.
Okay. Wonderful. Fire rains. Okay. Luciella, our 5th truth.
The door is unlocked.
Door is unlocked. Good truth to have. Let's see. That is 5 truths. I think we have one more before our final. Ian, it goes to you. Make it a good one, my friend.
Boy, the moon is gone and snow has begun to fall.
The moon is gone and snow has fallen. Wonderful. And our last truth.
And we are
we are alive.
Wonderful. Okay, Charlie, you've walked up to this house and you see this sagging, sad structure, but the fire in a hearth within still draws you closer. Just imagining that warmth creeping over your flesh just almost invigorates you. Next to the door, you see an axe. Doesn't seem to be covered in blood or anything to that amount, just perhaps used to chop the wood for the day, or the night, I guess I should say, as it's eternally night. But as you stare into this window and try to take a good look around, you don't see any faces, but you definitely hear distinctive voices within. It sounds as if they are just casually chatting. Nothing exciting, no hurried voices. They seem calm, which would lead you to believe that your presence hasn't been noticed outside.
Around and relay that information back to the group. I mean, they seem friendly. They're actually talking to each other, not yelling, so that might be a good start.
Then lead the way. And Lauren's just in the back of the group.
Okay, sure.
Let's talk to them.
And I think this would be a poignant point where I see Lauren holding this book, this large tome that she's been trying to get to Charlie since the house, but just sort of holding it to her. And as you're looking around, you notice that the moon, which had normally taken up a large portion of the sky, has completely disappeared. And you're beginning to see these fragments of long streaks of fire spreading across the horizon. It's the first light that you've seen other than the moon itself in over 2 weeks.
Over. Knock on the door.
You knock on the door, and surprisingly, it begins to swing open. There's that sound, and the voices inside grow quiet.
Excuse me? Hello? Anybody in here?
What you quickly see is a rather large-looking figure with these long, dirty blonde locks and a very rugged face. very emaciated, but with these steely blue eyes. And he has what appears to be a hunting rifle already lifted up in your direction as he turns the corner into the room, pointing it at the door.
Oh, okay. Hello to you too. Oh, okay. Well, this is awkward. I didn't see anybody in here. Hi, I'm Charlie, and you are?
Hannah, who is this?
As Linnea peers around the group, especially hearing Charlie's voice, that he's scared, she kind of peers inside and sees him, and she makes this loud gasp, and she starts to push you guys out of the way as she runs into the house towards this man and leaps up, and as soon as he sees her, they kind of leap towards each other and hug. And she turns to you and says, "He's my father."
The rifle in his hand immediately goes slack to his side, and you hear it sort of bounce off the wood floor as it strikes it. And his arms, though weak and muscles fatigued from lack of any sort of food, grasp you as hard as they possibly can. And what little bit of water that still remains in his system begins to wet his cheeks. And he just holds you. Unfathomable, unsure what to say.
Linnea, crying, hugging her father, drops her bag and pulls the meat and the rations out and starts pushing it towards him. "You need to eat, you're not well." And she looks around to see if these other people are also members of her family.
Okay. I would say, Ian, you're probably going to see them first as Linnea is sort of digging through these bags, and you're inside already. I don't think the other two have really stepped in just yet. What you see appears to be maybe early 20s, a very dark-haired individual with these brilliant green eyes. She too has a rifle in her hand. She doesn't have it up threatening, but sort of peering in. And next to her is almost what you would think her exact twin. They look strikingly similar. You would probably assume that they are related. And Linnea, you don't recognize either of them. But they sort of have their eyes over the three of you now and look confused and a little triggered, just uneasy. And their fingers are on the triggers of their rifles still, as if prepared to shoot at any moment.
Walking with my hands. You know these people? Good morning, guys. It's okay.
Oh. Oh. Oh, hi. Oh.
What is your dad's name, anyway?
His name is going to be Alexander.
Alexander. Okay, Alexander. So, your father, Alexander, just keeps staring at you incredulously. Just your words are hitting him, but he's not quite comprehending them. He just seems to be so anxious that you're alive before him, and he's just overwhelmed with what is happening before him. The other two begin to get a little bit more concerned looks on their faces as they see more bodies begin to pull into this room itself, and you see them begin to slowly start to back away, and the rifles begin to shake in their hands.
It's okay. We're friendly.
We're okay. Yeah. We're good.
And you hear one of them say, "Alexander, who the fuck are these people? Why did you let them in?" And he sort of shakes from the experience, looking away from you and towards them. It's all right. It's my daughter and some of her friends. That it's fine.
It's true. We're friends with her.
Yeah.
Friends.
Well,
Linnea's like, I mean, yeah, basically, we've like killed some shit together.
Lots
like
of time.
family.
We've killed lots of time together.
Who are you?
the other one speaks and sounds completely like her twin. Says, "It doesn't matter who the fuck we are, we can't feed you. Get the fuck out of here."
I don't need you to feed me. I need you to back the fuck up right now is what I need you to do.
Looks like we're the ones with the guns right now. So if you want to take your old decrepit old man with you, it's more than fine with us.
Do you need anything? Because, like, we've got a medic kit, we have food, and you've taken good care of my father. So, like, I'm a little bit obligated to at least entertain the idea that I can be nice to you.
Look, we only have the only safe place in this whole fucking town. We're not letting some interlopers come in here.
So you'd rather fight them alone?
Do you have any idea what's out there?
Bodies to fight.
My sister is the
seen some
only
shit.
one that I trust.
You don't have to trust us, honey. We don't need anything from you. But, like, if you need something right now, maybe we can help you. Doesn't mean we're going to be besties.
The one begins to lower her rifle. The other one keeping it firmly planted right now, actually, in Linnea's direction, as you're the one who seems to be the one being most vocal and forward with everything that's happening. She says, "Look, people aren't normal around here, all right?"
Hey, so actually, really good point. Thanks for bringing that up. We ran into this weird old guy in the woods, and he was talking about, like, Loki. And there's this book that, like, we kind of pilfered from him. He died, but he was talking.
She rushes you in mid-sentence. And it doesn't look like she's trying to attack you per se, but she begins to grab the sides of where your shoulders are and shake you. Do you allow this to happen? Or do you want to try to defend yourself?
Is it the one that's not holding her gun?
Correct.
Yeah, I'll probably let her do that.
She says, you didn't listen to him, did you? Did you hear what he said?
I mean, no, not really. I
Did
don't
you
really
hear his
listen.
song? Did you hear it?
No, he didn't sing
Song?
anything. No.
Her hands begin to slip from your sides, and she covers her face and begins to wander back and forth and just begins to talk to herself. She just seems to be overwhelmed with grief and worry.
Are you okay?
Your father moves sort of between the two of you. Says she's just seen a lot of things. A lot of strange shit's going on right now. Where have you been? How did you get here?
Dude, man, I don't even know. But, like, we're here now. I need to know more about her. What do you, and, like, I look at the sister that's still got her gun on me, because, like, I like her ambition. kind of just like, what do you know, or what's up?
The one with the gun sort of motions to your father to take the one that's wandering back and forth, all crazed right now, to another room, and your father begrudgingly does so, just to sort of remove her from his presence of all these new people that have wandered into her life. So the other one approaches you and just sort of slumps down into a wooden chair, and you hear it creak beneath her, and she sets this rifle across her lap. I'm sorry, just come in and close the door behind you.
Book.
Yeah.
But-
So I think,
She just begins to cry into her hands.
I don't do
I
all
think
of this. Who?
I'm gonna go up to the one who's crying and just put my hand slowly, gently, sort of like approaching a scared animal. And just gently place my hand on her shoulder.
I'll read the book while you're doing that, so I'm just doing that in the background.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see what her reaction's going to be, because I'm not entirely sure, given
Sure.
this circumstance, what's going to happen.
We have 7 days?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
One success, no ones.
One success and no ones, and I have three lovely dice in front of me. And I do not roll any sixes, so you have control.
She like is a little startled at first. And then she takes this huge deep breath, like, and lets it out. When she realizes that the hand just is staying there and it's not moving, she takes her other hand, she takes one of the, she's got, since she has both her hands covering her face, she takes one of them off and sort of reaches up and touches my hand as well.
Okay.
And we just stand there, sort of breathing together. And I sort of start saying things like, it's okay, I know, we've all seen scary things, in that sort of low voice, like I'm talking to, like I would be talking to a scared animal, that sort of really low and sort of rumbly sort of sound. And she starts to her breathing starts to even out a little bit.
Okay. So her heart, which was probably just exploding in her ears, slows to a calm rate. Her breathing steadying, and she begins to catch herself, and almost embarrassed begins to just wipe the tears from her cheeks. I'm sorry.
It's scary out there, you know, but it's easier when we stick together.
She looks to you and somewhat nods. Her emerald eyes are very piercing, very haunting in a way, almost as if striking into your soul themselves. She begins to look from face to face. So, who are you all? Where did you come from?
Well, I'm Sadie. That's
Charlie.
Linnea, Lauren. We're just trying to make it through.
came from around.
How did you find my dad?
Alexander found us, actually. We were wandering out in the woods. I don't know where he came from. We were being chased. Chased for days, it felt like. My sister and I. Her name's Anna. I'm Astrid. Just these horses, day and night, that felt like never ending, never stopping.
You've seen them.
I wish I hadn't.
Sorry.
The song gets in your head. Never goes away. Can't sleep. And you can begin to see her knuckles turning white as her hands grip together.
If you need to sleep, if you need to rest, we can stand watch.
Voices never stop in your head.
Nothing is coming. You guys got this?
Yeah.
I think so. Astrid, I'll stay here. Have you tried talking to the voices?
You just keep telling us to come home.
To come home. Where's home?
I don't know.
Well, I'm not very brave, but my friend Linnea is. And if I were Linnea, I would tell those voices that I am home and they should go fuck themselves.
Right.
And yell at them in your head so they stop.
Yeah, I'll try that. Oh. If you all need to find somewhere to sleep at or stay for the night. Tonight.
That's kind of
God,
you.
it's like talking backwards. Twice fucking night.
How can we help you?
Not sure you would like to answer that.
Hit me. I've already killed a guy tonight. I mean, things are possible.
Probably did him a favor.
Yeah, apparently some Looney Tune you guys don't want me to listen to. So, I mean, sure.
She picks up the rifle and holds it out towards you.
Do you want to go outside?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you want me to tell your sister?
She just shakes her head.
Okay. Let's go.
Okay. So the two of you go into the dark, back out into the night. On a less stressful note, Lauren, you've taken the time to peer through this tome. Let's roll some dice and let's figure out what exactly this tome is that you've managed to pick up from this crazed person in the streets of Oslo.
Right. How many dice do we have
I
again?
believe we're at 6 dice, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds correct. Let's find out. Okay. Ooh. I think I will use my vice.
Okay.
That was 3 ones and no successes.
Oh,
So,
shit.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah.
however, my vice is paranoia. So, what happens is, so I'm just reading through this tome, trying to find some useful information.
Right.
What I see through it, or sorry, should I roll first or?
Yeah, let's roll.
Yeah. Let's roll. Okay, that one is, I got a 6, but I also got 3 ones, so I can't re-roll those. So we're down to 4 dice. No, 3 dice. Do you want to roll as well?
Oh, absolutely. How many do I have to beat? 1?
Yes.
I rolled 3 ones. You have control.
Good. Okay. So I'm reading through this book, trying to find some information on, specifically looking for information around the creatures and their weaknesses. But what I find is not that. What I find is it seems somewhere between a religious tome and a book of mythology. I'm flicking through, finding these beautiful illustrations in black and white of some of the scenes that we've seen so far. It's figures with goat-like horns. It's these images of flames in the sky, and this repeated message that the world is ending, and once everything is over, the world will be born anew. And I'm just continuing to read as quickly as I can, just frantically, while also what's in my mind is the fact that Linnea now has a gun. And that is very worrying to me, because I don't care about Charlie and Sadie. Even these new people we've met don't seem like a threat, but Linnea is dangerous, is what I'm thinking as I read. But this tome, the only sort of useful information I get from it is what I should expect after seeing those flames in the sky. And what it says is that that there will be that the sound of hooves will ring through the night as they march.
That sounds very on point.
And we're down to 3 dice. Good luck, everyone.
Yes, we are.
Uh-huh.
Charlie, are you doing anything while we're in here with
I
other
was
2 crazies?
testing.
No, you're good.
There we go. Okay, cool. Sorry. Yeah, I was looking out the window trying to see if I could watch anything coming up to the house, or just keeping a sharp visual.
Okay. Well, Lauren has been kind enough to leave you 3 dice. So,
Yeah.
let's try
Fun with those.
these 3 dice to see what exactly does or does not happen to stumble upon you all.
That is 1 6 and a 5 and a 4.
Wonderful. 1 6 and a 5 and a 4. Okay, I got 3 3s. You have control. Let me know what happens or doesn't.
The fireballs that once hung in the sky that we called stars have now slowly started their descent down upon the earth, not igniting anything, but bathing it in this new light, both ash and snow mixing together where one is almost indistinguishable as the next. It's mainly silent except for the weeping coming from the hallway and the sound of hooves outside. But other than that, the night is clear.
Beautiful. And I guess that takes us to the scene of, let's see, Astrid and... Gosh, they're going to be walking out into this night, which is now newly lit with this fire raining down slowly upon the earth. What's going to happen outside here? Can't hear you.
I'm muted. I'm not anymore. As we walk outside, carrying this rifle, the burden of what she's asking weighing very heavily. The emotions, especially that high of just seeing my father, and then this very tortured woman. As we walk out front and we can see the fireballs, I kind of step behind her a little bit, enough distance that I could raise the gun without her hitting her or anything like that. And I say, Astrid, can you see this? Can you look up and see the sky?
She looks, and this fire is reflected in these green pools of her eyes, and she gasps. So beautiful.
Does it seem like heaven?
She closes her eyes and lets out a long breath and begins to sing.
1 6. No ones.
1 6 and no ones.
Pull the trigger.
Okay. You still have control, so. You want to narrate the scene?
In the light, there's a flash in front of me. There's a flash a few feet away from me. There's a flash in the sky, and it all seems to happen at the same time. But as a few seconds pass, all sounds have ceased, and she is not moving. Linnea will turn and slowly walk back to the house.
And it's as if her voice mingles in with the wind itself, joining this harmony, one that Ian had alluded to earlier, seems to mingle and join with it, becoming one with it. You begin to turn back to the house after this violent explosion, the end of life, and you hear the hoofs beating against the cement. Not sure where, but they're definitely echoing through the city streets below you.
I turn back to look.
What it appears to be is these wisps of figures, pale, almost ethereal, in a sense. Non-corporeal. Riding massive, massive black steeds through the city streets. And they carry these banners, these tattered cloth banners that whip through the wind. And they have the symbol of a face upon them, and half of the face is human and the other half is completely blank. But they just seem to be slowly moving through the city streets, block by block.
Upon seeing this, seeing that they're not heading directly towards us, but that they are on their way, Linnea will slowly back into the house and kind of turn and say, we have to move. We can't stay here.
What do you mean we can't stay? There's nowhere else safe. The
They're
light
coming.
is here.
If you want to make a stand here, we can, but they're coming. They're out there now. Go look.
So I think what Lauren is looking at right now is the gun. So she's just sort of looking at the gun and then looks back up at Linnea and says, what do you suggest we do?
I don't think it matters.
I want to go and look at and see if I can see what Linnea saw.
Linnea gets out of your way, so you can easily leave.
I don't want to push it on you, Charlie, but do you feel... I don't know where your moments add on your stack currently, but this might be applicable.
I still have to burn through my virtue. Then it's my moment.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Been such a good moment too. Okay.
If not, it's okay. But I will come over and rejoin the group. Seeing Sadie just walk out the front door.
I'm gonna grab the axe that's next to the door.
Okay.
Maybe we can shore up our defenses somehow. We just have to survive this night. If we can survive this night, then it'll be
I
over.
hate to say it, but this
eventually.
night has been going on for almost 2 weeks now.
But it's all coming to a conclusion now. We saw it outside. We can hear those hoofs coming, those horses coming closer. If we can somehow survive this, this is the end of it. And I'm like holding up the book and trying to like flipping through the pages, trying to make my point.
I think that's as good an idea as any, but I don't want to make you think that I think that we will survive, because I don't think.
I'd rather go out kicking. Sounds good? I'm gonna start walking after Sadie.
Sadie, since you decided to go out a second time to see what was exactly going on, why don't you go ahead and roll us one of these conflict rolls. You have 3 dice currently.
1 success.
1 success. No ones.
No ones.
I rolled a 4, 4, and a 5, so you still have control. Has anything
Point
changed?
of order. Are these what I've seen before?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I take the axe. And is there, I start, Oh, I didn't think about this far. Okay. And I'm going to start, yeah, I'll start brandishing it. And I've left the door open behind me so that there's light behind me.
Okay.
And I yell at them, saying, and I'm gonna yell at them and be like, saying, it's not words really, it's just, like this primal yell, scream, basically.
So Sadie, the subdued, scared, almost childlike, I dare say, figure that's been suffering over the last 2 weeks in this eternal hellish nightmare of night, finally breaks character, just digs into the very primal nature of what it is to be human.
Technically, would these be four-legged furry creatures?
I guess technically they would be, but
Their horses are, yeah.
yeah,
The fairy.
it's a stretch of it, but I think, yeah, okay, I'll allow it.
And somebody's getting a moment in this scene.
Someone's getting a moment, yeah. So would you like to try to live out your moment?
I would.
Okay. Then I need you to make me another conflict roll with your 3 dice.
There's no successes in a 1.
Well, in that case, we will end this scene. We are down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles. So we have 6 candles, 6 dice, and 6 truths. These things are true, the world is dark. Sadie, would you like to give us our first truth of the story here?
There are 4 on horseback.
4 on horseback. Okay. Second truth will go to me. And my truth will be the ground will split from a massive quake very, very soon. Hannah?
The other 2 people in the house are now dead.
Okay, the other 2 are dead. Wow. Okay. I didn't expect that one. Luciella, would you like to give us
I think
a-
there's only one way I can follow that one up. Lauren killed them.
Her own father. Okay. So it's just
That wasn't my father.
No. Lauren
Lauren
did,
killed
not
him. I'm
Linnea.
sorry.
Yeah.
Lauren killed him. Okay. Wow, I didn't expect that one either. These are both messed
I
up.
didn't either, but it seemed appropriate.
I really appreciate somebody else killing somebody in this game.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that
Feels
got,
very one-sided.
even for me, that got a little dark. Ian, would you like to give our fifth and, well, I won't say final, but might as well be final.
Yeah. The sound of falling snow is now indistinguishable through the bannered men that walk through town.
The sound of the snow is indistinguishable. Okay. And our last truth.
And we are alive.
And we are
We are
alive.
alive.
We are alive. Okay. So, Sadie, you let out this soul-draining screech out into the air with this axe in your hand, looking almost like some sort of ancient shield maiden, just taking the vibe of the area around you, screaming out into the night. And as it echoes and reverberates across the town itself, permeating into all the broken, ruined structures, you feel the ground begin to answer back. And everything begins to quake. And the ground in the middle of the city itself begins to collapse in on itself. And what you see are two hands press themselves on the edge of it, massive in scale, and then followed by an elbow and another, and a head as this creature of gargantuan proportions begins to press itself free from the earth, as if awoken from your call.
Ha!
I think he's here for you, Sadie.
Yep. Probably. Ah! I'm gonna try and smack him in the head with the axe.
Okay. That's something.
Would Charlie see this as he walks out of the house?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
I think we're breaking Josh.
I'm thinking, like, before, like, this all occurs, I need to know how Lauren took care of these other two people in the house. I really need to understand
Sure.
this.
Should I expand on that one?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So I think what happened was when Linnea went outside and Lauren was just thinking to herself, Linnea has a gun. So, and Linnea has killed before. And Linnea now has an ally in this house, at least one ally in this house, which is more than Lauren has. So what happened is Lauren went into the other room and very quietly, very carefully slit her throat. Not carefully enough, she was seen. There was a struggle in the next room, and Lauren killed again. Did we give the other character a name? I don't think we did.
Anna
She did
and
now.
Alexander.
Anna and
No,
Alexander.
sorry, the other person.
Anna.
Anna,
Astrid
the
was-
sister.
Yeah.
Astrid was the one that got killed outside, so Anna
Yeah.
was the one that was inside.
So that's all right. They're all dead now. So Lauren is not new to killing. She knows how to not leave any traces. So by the time Linnea came back into the house, Lauren was just sitting there reading the book as if nothing was wrong. But there are two corpses in the next room, which Lauren has done her best to make it look like they died fighting each other. And there's a bloody knife in the middle.
Okay. Wow.
Too dark?
No, it's perfect. It's perfect. I love it. I just didn't expect Lauren to be that way. So it's an amazing way for this story to unfold.
Well, I think because when I rolled earlier, it was Lauren embracing her vice, which was paranoia. So that's how she decided that it's too dangerous to let Linnea have an ally and a gun.
That makes perfect sense to me. Perfect sense.
And
glad
to
it
be
does.
fair, you're not wrong.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't trust Linnea if I wasn't Linnea. So, like, I mean,
So let's switch back to Charlie, who's seeing Sadie with his hand axe of sorts beginning to run down the hillside towards these massive creatures that are just pouring out of the ground. Giant in size.
Seeing all of this begin to occur, I'm going to turn back into the house and yell, "Y'all, we gotta go," and then just start booking it after Sadie to hopefully get there in time to yank them away. Sadie, maybe that's not a good idea. As I say, as I'm like running and ash is like catching into my mouth.
Ooh, why don't you go ahead and give me a roll? We have 6 dice currently.
Yeah.
Just to see if you catch up or slip or what happens exactly.
Well, I definitely slip with my 2 1s and no 6s.
Oh. You have a virtue or vice still?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, let's see if it applies.
If you want to. I don't want to pressure you into it. We can
it
definitely just
seems
have the
like
scene end. That's not a problem either.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna save it and just
Okay.
have the scene end.
Okay. So, with that. Whew. They're going fast now. 5 candles, 5 dice, and 5 truths. And these things are true. The world is dark. Charlie, since you so gloriously fumbled this, why don't you go and get us the first truth?
The reason Charlie fumbles as he begins tumbling down the slope is that he didn't notice this soft hand that crawled out of the ground, slowly feeling the soft snow beneath its mitt.
So something in the ground came out. A hand came out of the ground, and you tripped on it. Very interesting. Sadie, what else do we have?
Sadie looked back and saw Charlie fall.
Okay. That is true. She did. Sadie saw Charlie fall. Just because I think it's fitting, like if this was a movie and we saw this happen, I would say that Lauren, as you're looking at this book after committing this horrendous murder in the next room, you flip into the book to a section about the Jotun, or the giants. Hannah?
Oh. The riders on horseback
Mm-hmm.
are now heading towards the house.
Our 4 horsemen are heading towards the house. And instinctively towards Sadie and Charlie in that regard, I suppose. And our final truth.
We are alive.
And we are alive.
And we are alive.
Charlie, you begin to run after Sadie, probably perplexed as to what exactly has just taken over her senses. I haven't really seen her act this out of character. But you're bounding down this as fast as you can, trying to stop her from what you're going to assume is going to be her inevitable death. When you trip over something and spray across the snow itself, and you're just enveloped in this freezing snow and this mix of like dirty ash as it grinds down the side of your body, and you can feel that you might have broken something. And I think I'll let you decide what that is.
I'm a...
Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. I decided to go ahead and break my hand/arm,
Okay.
and I cannot use my little knife that I keep.
Okay. So Sadie, you turn just in time to see Charlie just totally pivot, for lack of better words, onto the street, and you can hear that sick snap of bone from where you're at, and you are instantly sure that something bad has happened.
I'm gonna run back to Charlie.
Okay.
Charlie, I'm sorry. I don't know what.
No, you're good. Are you okay?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Well, your scream kind of just woke them up, and I like stand up, and you see my arm is just flopping back and forth.
Ooh, I should. We need to get back. I need to. Do I have something that I can splint that with? Somebody who is.
We can go inside and see if there's another broom.
That'll work. I'm also gonna rip off like tear a strip of fabric.
Okay.
I could probably have attached the axe to it, or use the axe as the splint and wrap that around, and then you have like an axe hand.
That seems real useful, but I'd rather use the axe just in case.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because they're coming fast.
Did you see
We
them?
look over and see. Yeah, I see them.
Moving in your direction.
What do they look like? Like physically, what are they wearing? What's their approximate height?
Gosh, it would be like furs and metal helms with long beards, but the faces themselves are bereft of eyes, and the skin looks cracked and shriveled and very pale, almost as white as the snow around you. They do not completely look human whatsoever from that point on. You can see the background sort of moving with them, through them, as they're not completely of this world, it seems.
Do they seem like the figure we saw levitating?
No, they did not.
Teddy, we need to go. We need to go right now.
I forgot how impressive they were.
Wait, you saw them?
I need to get my father.
I have seen them once.
I'll get the other then. And Lauren quickly ducks into the other room as you go get your father.
And this is what they look like, and you didn't tell us, Sadie.
I tried. I just didn't know how.
Well, I mean, okay, I understand what you're saying, but also saying, oh yeah, they're like 7 foot tall and they're really scary, that would have sufficed. So we're like booking
I
it
said
through
they
the
came
snow.
on horseback, and they come on horseback. That's how we
specific.
know.
Okay.
Yeah.
We like get to
But
the
they
door
are
and then-
impressive, aren't they?
That's the word for it, yeah.
Have we split?
We're
Like,
heading
are you
back.
two
Yeah, I
looking
think
at?
so.
Are you guys
No, we're
in
heading
the
back
house?
to the house.
Okay,
I
so you're
think
coming
those
back
two
to
are
the house.
outside.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm.
Burst in the door covered in like ash and snow. On second thought, let's stay here.
They'll find us anyway, no matter what.
So I guess Lauren comes out of. So what I'm imagining there's two rooms, one where Alexander was staying and one where the other person and her sister was staying. So I go into that room and I get the gun, and then I come back out, like so to find out what's happened outside. So Lauren asks, "Where are they? Did they see you? Are they coming?"
They're definitely headed towards us. Yes.
Yes to both. Yes to both.
Why were
Yeah.
you yelling like that? You got their attention.
I don't know. Something just came over me and I thought, I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Should we get a move on, or should we stay? What do you think?
Well, we should. I need to take care of Ian's arm first.
Of course. And Lauren's just like speaking very calmly, but kind of glancing back to the other room.
Right.
What's Linnea doing?
Yeah. What is she doing as she walks in upon the corpse of her father?
Linnea emerges back into the house and she is silent.
Where are they? What's going on?
Silent.
They weren't in the other room, so I assume they were together.
It's a nice gun.
Well, yeah, we have to defend ourselves.
Where'd you get it?
I found it in the other room. I was trying to find where.
Yeah.
I was trying to find our companions. Where are they?
Interesting. Okay. Linnea just walks past you guys and just heads straight out the front door.
Wait.
She glances at you.
Where are you going? They're out there.
You need to leave. I will distract them.
We can distract them with searching the house and getting like something to set on fire. That'll distract them more so than you walking out there by yourself.
Your arm is broken. You need time.
One of them.
One of them. She glances back at Lauren as if she knows.
Lauren does her best to not react, but you see her sort of flinch a little bit, and her smile is kind of not quite convincing. But she doesn't say anything except turns to Charlie and says, "We better get that splintered up quickly."
Yeah, please.
I got it. I can do that. Put a splint on.
Okay, give me 5d6 and let me know how you do. Make sure you don't break it further.
We have 5 candles. Yeah, great.
Yeah, we do.
Fine.
Silence is
Oh,
reassuring.
It's 1-1. No 6s.
Oh. And do you have nothing to reroll ones?
So when I try to use my moment, is it burnt or is that still up? How does that work?
Well, your moment is lived. You don't use it to re-roll anything.
Right.
So,
So is it still at the top of my stack or no?
Yes, still atop your
Okay.
stack until you use it. It will be there.
Then no, I don't have anything.
Okay then.
Cool.
They're going quick now. 4 candles.
Right.
4 dice. 4 truths. These things are true. The world is dark. Sadie. Let's give us our first truth.
I find a piece of wood to splint Charlie's hand, wrist, arm.
Wood to splint the arm. I won't be cruel and expand upon that. Something massive is about to make its presence known from the sea.
Boy.
Hannah?
Linnea leaves the house.
Okay. And our final truth.
And we are
And
alive.
we are alive.
And we are alive.
So we use our truth to resolve our conflict. You do manage to find a piece of wood to splint the arm successfully. You're a vet tech, not really used to working on humans so much, but enough to where you can competently enough get an arm set in place. Well, at least the best you can, given the circumstances and the equipment you have. Linnea has disappeared from the room altogether. Outside, while you were working, and the ground rumbles once more. And I will let you all know we are at 4 candles, and we're at the point where decisions have deadly outcomes. So,
I think the light is what's protecting us now. So Lauren is going to try and make sure the fire keeps burning. So give it some extra firewood and that sort of stuff. Do I need to roll for that? Or can I just do that?
I think in this circumstance, I think you just can just throw some wood in the fire. I'm not going to make you roll for that one.
Sure.
I don't think.
Okay, so that's what I'm doing. It's the others.
Don't think there's so much conflict, really. I don't.
No.
I'm thinking in my head what I can
Yeah.
throw in there to make it a conflict, and I can't. So I'm
I mean,
trying.
I could burn the
I'm
house
trying.
down, but
you could burn the house down.
it's
yeah.
probably unlikely for now.
I think that's a great idea, personally.
That
little
would make
bit of
it a
arson.
large fire. So. So yeah.
Now that my arm is all wound and not better, but more manageable, I guess. I'm going to go outside and look through, was it Astrid's corpse that was left there?
Mm-hmm. Astra's corpse is currently en route to the monster that has climbed, the giant that is climbing out of the ground.
Got it.
Okay.
Cool.
So you
Seeing
can
that.
totally go try to find it, but it's being taken through the snow to the open hole in the ground.
That's really, really cool. But, oof.
Yeah. What is that giant monster doing? Question. Just, for our edification.
Yanking itself from the ground, foot by foot.
Cool beans. Linnea, dragging Astrid to the giant, eventually kicks her corpse downhill towards this crag and shouts down to him, "Are you not satisfied?"
Seeing this all go down, Charlie realizes that the house was left mostly undefended, so he's gonna go inside and start looking for anything that he can do to like barricade windows, that kind of stuff. Joe would be happy to roll for.
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. Hey, that is 1 6 and a single 1.
Okay. So 1 to me. Let's see. I got 6 dice to roll against you.
That's a few.
I'm liking these odds.
Yeah.
The odds eventually come back to my favor. Let's see. Jeez. It's a good thing I don't play this game. You still have control.
Wow.
Hey. Looking around the house, I find a relatively untouched alcohol cabinet, which by now most of the bottles have broken by the earthquake, but some of them still do lie on the floor, half usable. Then pilfering the kitchen, I do find some food that was made within the past 3 days that hasn't gotten moldy yet, and then just spare wood laying out in the back that we can use as kindling to keep the fire going.
Okay.
That seems
Sounds
to be
good.
it.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sadie's gonna be... I'm hiding... I'm still in the house, but I've tucked myself away in a corner again. As I realize that me trying to be brave has not ended well. So I'm safer if I just stay put. And it's not going to be a light corner, it's probably going to be a dark corner.
Which room?
I'll probably have opened up the different doors, seen the 2 bodies in the one, and gone to the other room.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think Lauren is mostly just sort of trying to shore up defenses, make sure the fire's burning strong, helping with barricading windows and doors. But the other thing I do want to do is mention when I was flipping through the book, I saw a section on giants.
Yes.
So what do I see there?
Okay. According to the mythology in front of you, you know that the coming of 3 bells will awaken the earth itself, and Loki will rise from his eternal punishment that he had once been put in. And he will bring with him the Jotun, the giants, as well as the residents of Hell. 1L, Hell. The ones that had long since departed and were not given entrance to Valhalla. And he would rain down upon the earth with them. And you also see, I would say, in that same section that Hell would be the goddess of the underworld of death itself. And her symbol is mirrored in the heraldry that the horsemen carry.
So there's not much I can do with that. So I think what Lauren does is just kind of peers through one of the cracks in the windows to see what Linnea is doing.
What is she doing?
Linnea is standing kind of south of the house, still on the slope, facing the opening and the entity that's coming out of it, facing the four horsemen, standing there just holding the gun. That's about all she's doing, though. She antagonized it by pushing the corpse down, but that didn't apparently seem to do anything. So she's just kind of waiting.
I will say that I want to take one of Ian's truths from earlier and sort of expand upon it now. With the hand coming out of the snow from the earth itself, and with Lauren reading over this section about the denizens of hell rising once again to serve Loki, the earth in front of you begins to pop up in various patches. A spray of dirt and cement and rock just begin to make craters all around you as you see these withered skeletal things just begin to drag themselves up from the earth itself.
Awesome. So upon seeing this, deducing that the dead are basically rising, or some equivalent thereof, because she doesn't know all the backstory with Lauren in the book. So assuming that the dead are rising, this is the apocalypse, she will rush back into the house or rush back to the house. Who would be the first person that she would encounter?
Needed.
I'd be pilfering things.
I guess I'm near the window, so
Yeah, you're
possibly me.
you're
But
near the window, and you've been keeping the fire going, if I remember correctly. So I would assume you'd probably be in that main room for the most part.
So I think it would be both me and Charlie in that same room, probably. So you can decide who you want to talk to.
When she gets back, she's just pointing outside, like unable to articulate the sights of the creature and the horsemen and the corpses coming up. It's just too much. It's too much. So she's just directing you to look outside.
So I guess this is it, right? This is the final stand. Okay. I'm gonna go into the other room. Oh wait, who has the two guns right now?
I have one, and Lauren has one.
Got it. Okay. I'm just gonna go back into the other rooms and watch the windows on the opposite side to make sure that we're not being 300 right now.
Yeah, I'll just stay near the window. I'll put my back to one wall. Actually, was what I'll do, and just watch both the window and Linnea.
Sadie, how you doing?
It is in the other room. But she would have probably crept out at some point. I'm okay. I think. I don't think I'm scared of them anymore.
That's good. You'll need to be brave.
Yeah, I can do that. I sort of grip the axe a little tighter. And I look out the window.
What you see as you look out is one of these skeletal figures has made it almost to the front door. And you see it wander back and forth along the porch line, just out of the reach of the light. And you can see it's dragging its own entrails, sliding them back and forth across the wood, this sick, slippery sound. And it just looks in at you with each time it turns, as if waiting for the perfect moment when the lights are gone to come to claim you.
So Linnea's still basically standing at the front door, and it's coming to the front door, or it's not quite making it?
It's just outside of the light that you all are produced from the interior. It's staying out of the rays.
Can I still line him up in my sight?
Absolutely.
And we shoot.
Okay. I believe you have 3 dice now, if I remember correctly.
Yes. And do I still have a hope die or not?
Yeah, you still have a hope die.
It'll be 1 6 and 3 4s.
1 6.
That sucks. Yeah, 1 6 3 4s.
Okay. So I have 1 narrative control. This rifle goes off in your hand, and you watch the head of whatever's left of this thing just enter one side of the skull, and the other side you just see bits of bone and brain matter and whatever else might have resided in there explode out the other side of it. And you see it slump to the ground, unmoving. And as you're looking out past it, you can see it's got at least 50 more ready to take its place. And the 4 riders stand side by side just down the path on their steeds, staring back at you, unflinching to what's going on before them.
So the 4 riders, can I shoot one of them from here?
With a hunting rifle, most definitely.
Yeah, I want to try that as well.
Okay, you have 3 dice.
Okay, let's see how this goes. Success and no, so 1 success, no 1s.
have one control.
Awesome. So I line up my rifle and take a shot. It blasts through the head of one of the horsemen. And for a moment, it doesn't seem as if anything happened. Like, it just keeps on sitting there, doesn't even react to the brain matter that's just exploded out. Panicking, I shoot a second time right through its chest, and it falls off the horse.
So there's that clatter of... You're not even sure because this thing has no real body, but yet you've damaged it somehow. You've pierced it in some way. And this body just begins to sink into the earth below it.
How we don't match. There were 4 of them and there's 4 of us. Doesn't add up anymore.
Yeah, I guess as you say that, I'm going to take another shot. Is Linnea doing the same, or?
Linnea, seeing the sights outside and everything, she actually tosses the gun to Charlie. And she pulls her knife out of her bag. And she runs out into the yard.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Shoot!
Oh, don't tell me you're a pacifist. No one's a pacifist in the apocalypse.
Wonderful. Wow. Okay, so you're going to run. What direction? Away from everything? Towards something?
Towards the giant.
Towards the giant. Okay. I would say that you're going to probably need to avoid a lot of critters on the way down that way.
Oh, I'm sure.
So why don't
For
you
sure.
give me 3d6, if you don't mind. And plus your hope die, so.
No successes and no failures.
Well, but you know what happens when that happens.
Clarification, I can't burn one of mine, correct?
Unfortunately, you cannot.
It's all good.
Okay, we're down to 3 candles.
Okay.
3 dice and 3 truths. Stings are true. The world is dark. Hannah.
It is as if they make a path for her to get through to the giant.
They make a way through. Wonderful. And Luciella, you'll get our final one.
Before we saw the lights outside slowly descending from the sky, now they're almost to the ground, is what I see out the window.
Okay, the fires have almost reached you. And our last truth.
And we are alive.
Yes, they are.
Question mark?
For now.
Okay, so
Oh, now Linnea dies.
a couple things are going to happen here. Linnea, you begin to rush out towards them, and you are surprised that these figures sort of turn their shoulders away from you, letting you run past them. And what you see next is this giant figure lifting up what it looks to be like a chunk of wall, lifting it up over its head, and looking like it's going to hurl it in the direction of the house.
She chooses not to say anything and to continue running towards him.
Okay. Shit.
After Linnea ran, I would have stood up and started to leave the house. I would not have been running, but I would have made to start leaving.
Okay.
So you could have seen it.
Yeah, so since you so magnanimously stepped forward to offer your vision to what's happening, you're going to see what I just described. This massive creature ready to hurl this chunk of building, essentially, towards the cabin that you all are situated in. What are you going to do?
I would yell back to Charlie and Lauren, but not yet. I take that back. It would be yell. I would just say, death is coming. You may want to meet it outside rather than stay here.
That's enough
I
of the
keep
cue
walking.
for me. Can I? So we can't see that giant from inside the house. Is that right?
You should be able to. If you've been outside, well, you're not outside, but you've been looking through this window, shooting at things, you would definitely see
Right.
what's about to come at you all.
Okay, so I'm going to try and run out of the way because that doesn't look like something I can stop from throwing a wall at me.
Right.
So I'm going to get out of the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
As I step out of the way, I'm going to try to take a pot shot back at it.
Okay. 3 dice.
Okay, 1 6. And 1 1.
1, 6, and 1.
Good.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to roll for the rest of the game, if that's okay. with everyone.
I have 7 dice. I don't know how I can't roll a 6 on 7 dice. But okay, you have taken narrative control, so let me know what occurs.
Okay. As the slow launching of the building begins to occur, the air kind of picks up as both of us just run from the house, getting as far away from it geographically as possible.
Okay.
As it begins to strike, I go out and pull out the gun, and with my broken arm, go and hold the gun in place as I try to shoot, but it seems to almost go wide and strike another beast. But it does not prevent the attack or delay it, but it simply does.
Okay. So, I know Lauren and I know Charlie have left. Did you leave, Sadie?
Did, but I'm basically following the path, the parted path
Right.
that Linnea took.
Okay. Let me resolve this, Linda, and then I'll get back to you. So, Sadie, you're the first out. Is that be my assumption then, since you're the one that saw first, I suppose? So why don't you go ahead and give me a roll, and we'll see if these creatures decide to let you past.
2.
Yeah.
Nope.
No successes.
No successes.
We have 2 candles, 2 dice, and 2 truths. The world is dark. Sadie, would you like to give us our truth?
The horsemen are close to us.
Okay. Horsemen are close. And our final truth.
And we are
And
alive.
we are
We are
alive.
We are
alive.
alive.
Sadie, you begin to run forward, expecting this path to be clear, following in the footsteps of your friend, I guess we'll call her, and are instantly surprised as these things begin to turn at you, and expecting the cold, fleshy grip of something that might be remotely human. Instead, you're gripped with the pointed, jagged fingers of bone as they begin to rip and tear at you.
I'm sorry I ran.
Lauren will give cover fire, I guess, since she's so generous an individual. Or were you going to do anything just before I? No?
Okay, roll 2 dice for me.
Let's go. Ooh, that's a fail, but I still have a brink. So is that pretty much I use it like a trait and re-roll?
If the brink makes any sense in the moment, then you have the choice to roll all your dice.
Yeah.
Just let us
So-
know what's happening.
Yeah. So I'm looking at these horsemen, and you said before that they had sort of a face on one half and the other half is completely blank. So I'm staring at the one that's attacking Sadie, and what I see is just for a brief moment, so quickly that I'm not entirely sure I saw it, that blank half of the face turns into a face that I recognize. It's the face of the first person that I killed. And just almost on instinct, I fire the gun a second time. And 2 6s.
Okay.
So I shoot them very hard.
You shoot them very well. Okay, you have control.
Right. I wasn't expecting that.
I wasn't either, to be
that's
honest
fine.
with you.
Right. So just in this moment where I was aiming very carefully for that first shot and I somehow missed, but this second shot is completely on instinct, and it goes right through the chest of this horseman, right through the heart, and it immediately lets go of Sadie, and just falls to the ground, and starts to crumble.
No! I was ready.
Okay.
That's it.
So you may have escaped for now, Sadie, but they are all around you and they're coming quickly. And not just you, but Charlie, you as well. Lauren. They have converged upon you. And you hear the shattering, and it's ear-splitting shattering of the building behind you, broken by this massive rock. and wood splinters in all directions as the little home you had for the last few minutes is completely annihilated, and all light that you had is now lay scattered, broken. So we have someone who's rushing a giant currently. What are your intentions here?
Well, my goal was that when it was finally able to get enough of a bearing to leverage to throw the rock, I was gonna just kind of just stab him in his lower man region area. My general plan, depending on how far out of the crag he was, or if he wasn't quite there yet, just going down his sternum, something like that. If it wasn't much of his upper torso, if it's really just his head and his arms, then I was going to cyclops him. I was really flexible with my plan. It just involved maiming him.
Yeah, I let him hold this rock for 3 or 4 conflict rolls. I figured it was about time for him to let it go of it, so...
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. I figured you were trying to resolve other conflict, so,
No, absolutely, I understand.
She was running in slow-mo. How would you like me to roll?
We got 2 dice, so...
Maybe 2 die plus my...
Your hope die?
Let me grab one that I think will do me well. All right, y'all. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go for it.
3 ones.
Oh, shit. I don't think your brink's going to apply in this matter, is it?
My brink doesn't apply, period. At this
Wow.
point, there's no real way to really see it through. I had thought about because my brink is very specific.
Yeah.
I had kind of thought that if Sadie... Yeah, I can't see how it would come through to fruition.
It is all good.
Let it happen, Josh.
1 candle remains. There's 1 die. And there's only 1 truth, and that 1 truth is the world is dark. You rush up to this creature, not of this world, expecting your dagger to sink deep into its flesh. And you are greeted with a heavy hand as this thing swats you like a fly from the street. And instantly you can feel all the bones from your chest up, broken and shattered, almost like a porcelain doll being tossed on the floor. What are the last things going through your mind before the end finally comes to you?
In her last moment, when she breathes her last breath, aspirating blood, she shouts back to him, "I am unafraid."
You feel the pain of all these shattered bones, and you watch as your vision moves further and further away from him, finally realizing that your body has left the ground and is in the air. And you feel at peace and a calm dripping over you. Then there's a sick crack of your spine colliding with some building somewhere far across the city. You're unable to move. And you stare up into the black sky. And bleed out slowly, unable to feel the pain. And just get to watch the world completely dissolve around you. Sadie. You've barely escaped the grasp before. And it doesn't look like you're going to escape it again.
I hold out my hands to the nearest horseman. Open. Accepting. I knew you would come for me.
Do you wish to resolve a conflict? Or do you wish to give in to it?
Oh, I'm giving in.
Okay. So you reach your hand forth, placing it in this ethereal figure's grasp. And instantly a cold chill just envelops you like a blanket. You can feel all warmth being pulled from your flesh. Feel the blood freezing in the veins and your heart stopping in your chest. And the rest of you watch as the figure of Sadie just shatters like ice broken into a million pieces at the very touch of the horseman's grasp. But Sadie, what do you see on the other side of this? What do you feel? Where's the horseman taking you?
It's dark. Darkness. And there's nothing. It's just that cool, comforting darkness of nothingness.
I guess for all the hopes that you'd had, maybe there was something beyond this. You're greeted with the emptiness, nothingness of a nothing eternity. We have 2 more figures left. Who would like to go next? I think you're muted.
I'd like to.
Okay.
And as I feeling that the place that we called home for that brief 10-minute interval is now gone, and seeing both Sadie go away, I take another shot at anything that's moving around.
Do you want to try to roll that 1d6?
I'm gonna try.
Okay. Hold on to hope.
Believe it or not, it is a 6.
Okay. Then you let me know what happens.
I successfully am able to hit something, but from the way the soft little bits of bramble that fall off hit the snow, I realize I hit a tree.
Hmm.
And realizing that in the moment of need, in the moment of necessity, with everybody falling around me, that I can't do that right. And I drop the gun. Shoulders just kind of lower. And I allow the undead around me to swarm me.
Okay. So this isn't like they say it is in the movies. They're not feasting for your flesh. They're not looking to consume anything of your body. They merely rip and tear. Just flaying the flesh from Charlie's bones with their pointed fingers as they cut the hide in strips from your body. Does Charlie have any final thoughts before this all ends?
I failed.
So, you are the last one.
Lucky
You
last.
see these creatures pulling from Charlie's body and see them dragging his vitals in their wake, and his body unmoving, sliding across the snow, these little crimson trails. And far off in the ocean, just off the coast of Oslo, from the water itself, you see a massive serpent begin to pour forth from the water. Its body segmented, almost like a carapace of some water creature or insect. And as it unfurls, you can hear the clicking of every plate as it clicks into place and begins to stretch its body. And for the first time in what feels like eternity, it begins to call out its baying call. That same melody, that same harmony that's been ringing in your all's ears since you got down to the city itself. You know your time's near. What are your final actions?
Lauren raises the gun to take a final shot. There's a dull click. She realizes it's out of ammo. She throws the gun to the side and starts to run. For the first time in a long time, she feels fear. She feels that she might not survive this, but she runs. And she runs as far as she can, just hearing the hooves pounding after her, this fear running through her, seeing over in the harbour this gigantic creature rising up, seeing the lights starting to touch the ground, and she runs until they catch up to her.
They not only catch up to you, but they surround you, stop you. Their hoofs digging deep into the snow and the dirt, kicking up the frozen, cracked ground. They don't approach you further, and you turn and twist, looking from face to face, thinking maybe you'll see that same face of the first person you killed, maybe once more. Some semblance of anything recognizable, something to hold on to before the final moments finally grip your heart. But you're not greeted with that. Instead, you're turned round and round, looking for some escape from the horsemen who just keep cutting you off at every pass. Then you see, coming from the skies above you, flanked in this fire, this hellish fire that's just breathing down onto the lands, You see that massive serpent staring overhead of you, and you see the world on fire all around you. And as we take a look from your eyes staring up at this, we see the serpent's mouth lunging forward towards you, and the entire world once more going black as Jörmungandr imbibes you whole into his existence, into his being. And you are no more for this world. Thank you all so very, very much for playing with me tonight.
That was really good. Good job,
so
guys.
good.
That was
Thank
great,
you.
guys.
Fantastic job, all of you.
This is such a good group.
Yeah.
So, would you guys like to go around perhaps one last time and if you got anything going on or anything you want to talk about, or favorite moments of the night or worst moments of the night, or god damn it, I wish I'd done this different, whatever you'd like to talk about. This is your floor, this is your open space to say that. So, Ian, would you like to go first for us?
Sure. It was, first of all, it was really nice to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I really appreciate the opportunity.
No problem.
It's-
Thank you.
Of course. It's really nice to experience this story. And the fact that you were so easily able to tie in all these different plot threads we were just throwing at you. It's fantastic. I feel like the way we all accepted the end is probably my favorite. The whole deterioration of our characters from even moment one to now is just the chef's kiss so loud it rings your ears. It's really good. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much for coming to play tonight. I really appreciate it. Really do. Lady Dame.
Hi,
Hi.
Lady Dame here. I'll do a little bit of plugging.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am aside streaming. It's hard to aside streaming on my own channel. You can find me on Open for Adventure every Friday at 6:30 Central, playing in an Elder Scrolls game, and every other Monday on the Goldheart Gaming channel at afternoon. I can't remember. It's 2 p.m. Eastern, I think. Streaming Descent Tavernist. But thank you so much for this game, all of you. Thank you so much for helping create Sadie, because I had no idea. Obviously, we don't know who these characters are until they're handed to us by our other players, and that's wild.
Right.
There's so many fascinating, shocking character moments. I loved Linnea meeting her dad, and I loved Lauren killing her dad, Linnea's dad. Both of those things. Yeah, but it was scary and horrific and wonderful to play with all of y'all.
I really appreciate you coming out to play tonight. Anytime. Hannah?
Check to make sure I wasn't muted. I don't stream, so I don't have anything to really plug, except next Sunday night's our last scheduled 10 Candles night. And then we're gonna see if we can wrangle Josh into a campaign. But otherwise, we're I don't really do anything else except play 10 Candles with Josh. But favorite character moments tonight, I would have to say, were kind of how we we kind of comforted Sadie. Charlie being willing to do the snow angels with her, I think, was tender. And then the way that Luciella played Lauren's paranoia, I think, was just brilliant, and I loved it. I think the fact that she killed Linnea's father was fantastic. So I loved all of your characters. I love Josh being willing to roll with all of our insane bullshit. That's what makes this game so special. So, good job, everybody.
Thanks for coming out for another night. You know who's last?
My turn.
Yeah.
First off, thank you for not holding a grudge for me killing your character's father. Yeah, that was really brilliant. So thanks again for inviting me. I had a lot of favourite moments. I really liked that I was able to play sort of the same character all the way through, and the sense that, I mean, I sort of envisioned the ending that I had. I had an ending in mind for Lauren, which is just, she's always a survivor. She doesn't give up. She would absolutely run and not embrace death at the last moment. So I was really glad I could play that out. And I will say, from the truths, I really liked, Hannah, when you just suddenly put out there the other people in the house are dead. And my other favourite moment would be probably Sadie. Well, Sadie had a few that I really liked, from her lovely, lovely personality thrown into this awful, awful world. And the little snow heart, and then comforting Astrid. Those were really lovely. And as far as plugs, I don't do a lot of streaming, but I sometimes do. You can find me on Twitter or itch.io at Luciella ES.
Thanks so much for coming out and playing. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
It's been so lovely meeting some of these new faces tonight. I'm very, very happy to have met you, and hope I get to know you all a little bit better in the future, because I've really, really enjoyed playing with you. And I really enjoyed you letting me bring this world to life with you. I know it's very chaotic, very traumatic, and I think that we all kind of grow from this experience. So I'm very, very, very thankful for all that. I guess for me, I'm Saevrick. I've been your game master. I've been your best friend this evening. Don't have too much going on. You can actually find me over on itch.io/Saevrick as well for the one game I have published on there right now. Or you can find me here on twitch.tv/Saevrick, where I'll be back next week with the final, currently final, part of this series, where we're going to explore the actual end of the world. So we're going to have Hannah back with us next week to play on that one.
The actual end of the world?
The actual end of the world. So that was exactly what's going to happen. So we've got 3 games of truth that you all have contributed to, which are going to take place and have some sort of relevance in this final game. So it should be very interesting. So you've all got to play a part in that, and I'm very excited to see that happen. Otherwise, I've got nothing else going on. I enjoyed everything so much, so picking out a moment for me would be pretty next to impossible. You all played your characters so brilliantly. So brilliantly. It's been wonderful to watch you all work. You're all very, very brilliant, very talented people, and I'm so very lucky to have got to play with you tonight. So thank you all so much one last time for coming on here. If there's nothing anybody else has to say, I will let you all go, because I'm sure some of us have to sleep at night, and some of us actually probably have to do other day job things that, since some of us live in Tomorrowland, as I like to call it. So I hope you all have a wonderful morning. Is it still morning there? Probably more afternoon now. Yeah, afternoon now. So have a lovely afternoon, a lovely evening, and hope I see you next week. See you later.
Thank you very much.